Hello! Welcome back, everybody, to Tabletop Notch. Hello. Chapter 20.
Oh my goodness!
Snuck up on us.
Yeah.
We have an intimate 5 today.
Hi, Zoe.
Sad Zoe.
Hi, Zoe.
Elsewhere. Enjoy your wedding. Whatever.
Not your wedding.
No, not
someone
yours.
else's.
Oh yeah,
That yours.
Enjoy a wedding.
Let's not get Twitch chat excited.
Anybody have any thoughts before we sort of dive in? Everybody's here in the forest with the Radiran elves.
Oh God. Yeah.
So we don't get killed.
Hope we don't get killed.
Yes, we gotta stop saying that before we stream.
It loses its value.
Well, at some point in time, you just need to have confidence.
Yes.
Oh, I know. I'm not gonna die.
Jesus.
Run the intro.
And with that, here comes the intro.
Oh, that's nice.
And we're back.
Hello.
Hello. Hoi.
Hello.
In Chapter 19, Upstream Schemes.
Oh.
Jillian and Erland waited impatiently by the entrance to the Genie Temple until the runes etched into the walls illuminated with a reddish glow. Jillian took this to be an alarm of sorts, signaling a possible escape attempt by the rest of the party, and with no desire to try and talk her way out of the situation, Jillian dispatched the Ganassi who'd been stationed as a lookout with a pair of quick dagger strikes. Erland and Jillian fled from the temple and were picked up by Beezaura, Orba, Safira, and Graven, having already gathered the horses from where they'd been posted hours earlier. We raced back to the road and made sure to put some distance between us and any angry Ganassi before finally slowing the horses to catch our breath and fill each other in on what had happened. While some discussed our intentions for once we arrived in Mukmu, and Erland found a private moment with Orba to address a bit of delicate information, he knew that she was an escaped servant.
Oh, damn.
You are a convict because you're an escaped servant. There we go.
Okay.
We got there.
Alright.
Knew she was an escaped servant from the halls of transmutation, but that because they shared some sort of common history, her secret was safe with him. Our conversations were cut short when we spotted a lone traveler with a wagon of goods heading in the opposite direction.
This poor man.
Finding the nature of his business in this secluded area to be more than a little suspicious, Safira cast aside the cloth hiding his wares to reveal a number of small plants, which he claimed he intended to deliver to Blom. With some additional prodding, the man reluctantly disclosed to us that the soil in these plants had been enriched with myconid extract, which had recently become more readily available in Mukmu, if you asked the right people. We allowed the man to continue on his way, urging caution and to keep an eye out for any undead still lingering in the area. Sometime later, when the road met back up at the Pakara River, our progress was halted by a ceremony taking place down by the water. A congregation of a group known as the Lakafuyu, who believed the abuse of divine powers was a sin, had come here to honor Lady Pachala, the late daughter to Emperor Pachacamac, who perished in a skirmish during the War of Giants. Jillian wished to pay her respects as she knew the lady personally, and we stopped for a moment to observe the commemoration. At what seemed to be the climax of the service, sound and motion slowed to a halt, and while everybody else appeared to be suspended in time, Orba and Graven turned to meet each other's eyes, and disembodied voices spoke to them individually. It lasted only a matter of seconds, and when normalcy was restored, the crowd broke into celebration and dance, giving no indication that they were aware of what had happened. With no further risk of interrupting them or trespassing, we remounted the horses and continued north. Graven and Orba consulted each other but could not discern the meaning of their shared vision, and some time passed before happening upon an elf from Radira, who explained that due to the Black Lion's increasing power, their home was no longer safe, with its close proximity to the Shaki Mountains. A group of these elves had been tasked with setting up a temporary settlement in the nearby woods to provide safety to Radiran refugees, and they were willing to allow us to rest alongside them, provided we didn't show any signs of a threat. As we spoke with some of the elves in this encampment, we learned that one of their scouts had made an illustration of the Myconid camp that we were planning to pay a visit to after resupplying in Mukmu, but their leader was reluctant to part with information of value without getting anything in return. If we were willing to help them clear out a few owlbears from the area, he would share their knowledge. But Jillian privately proposed an alternative plan with a little less risk of getting mauled. Simply steal the drawing when they weren't looking. Safira was vehemently opposed to this method, so much so that she caused the rest of the party to wonder if she would intercede if one of us went to snatch the map. Jillian, Erland, and Beezaura conspired to distract Safira with a bit of booze and sympathy, but as they strolled away from the campsite, one of the elves informed Safira that she had a visitor, waiting for her by the river. Proceeding through the woods, Safira found herself face to face with Lieutenant Colonel Massive, who had apparently been tracking her since leaving Oranchupa, and offered her a ride the rest of the way to Mukmu. As the black and purple broken crown carriage pulled away, we wondered, what was the best way to procure the Shaki Mountains map without drawing attention or elven ire? What did the voices want with Orba and Graven? And if we find Safira after finally reaching Mukmu, can we even trust her to have the group's best interests at heart? We find out now in Chapter 20 of A Peek Beneath the Veil. Beezaura watches Safira and Daldoon disappear into the brush and listens as the crunching footsteps get quieter and quieter. But then the crunching returns, behind you this time. And spread out along the tree line on the other side of the clearing, rustling leaves and snapping twigs ring out, and you see 6 elves coming from the woods. 3 of them using a thick rope over their shoulder, and they're dragging what looks to be like a large wooden sled behind them. Sort of. And the elves have a medley of hunting supplies. They've got spears and metal traps, stained with what looks to be maybe fresh blood. And on the sled, a furry mass.
Sweet.
That sort of looks like has the telltale pointed tufts of a fully grown owlbear that they're dragging back from their hunt. A couple of elves in the camp, including Nol Noir, sort of rise and they walk over to meet the ones at the sled. They sort of get up and they start to help them. A couple of them take the ropes from the guys, put them over their shoulder, and they sort of all pull this sled further into the camp. And they struggle to pass it over some of the larger bushes and stumps, but they sort of give it a pull and it pulls its way across and into the clearing. And you can now see the condition of the hunters, sort of labored breathing, a lot of dirt mixed with sweat kind of streaked across their faces, maybe from wiping it away. Mostly in reasonably good health, except a few sort of slashed garments that reveal some kind of shallow cuts in the skin. And one elf lifts a cloth from his shoulder that he'd been pressing to his shoulder, and you can see that a chunk of flesh has been sort of picked out of it that looks like a beak kind of tore into the collarbone by an owlbear's kind of sharp maw. You guys watch this happen as they enter into the camp, and they're all sort of gathering. You're sort of watching this happen from the other side, and the 3 of you are closer to your supplies with Jillian sort of over by the other side.
Do we think that they even still need us?
Is the hunt over? They'd seem maybe they go in waves?
Shifts. Yeah, in waves. They said that they were going to be gathering things and leaving again.
They must go in waves.
Make a perception check as you're sort of musing and looking over the camp.
What do the waves look like?
Wavy.
13.
So the returning elves, they look like they're sort of starting to tend to their wounds or setting down some of their equipment. And a couple of the ones in better physical condition look like they begin to start to work on the owlbear. They're sort of putting it to the side, sort of cutting into it and slicing and skinning. It looks like they're planning to utilize the meat and the fur and all of the sort of trappings of the bear. And one of them sort of grabs from inside one of the lean-to. You see him kind of... And he pulls this big barrel, and it looks like he scoops his hand in, and it's got salt. It looks like it's a salted barrel, and they're slicing off like cuts of the meat, and they're sort of placing it layer of salt. So it looks like they're trying to preserve the meats for sort of a prolonged stay, potentially.
Delicious.
I return back over to them.
Sure.
What they got there?
Where's Safira?
Right.
Is she drinking? Is she drinking with the elf?
Oh, you knew about that too?
That was the
Sure.
plan. And it was a good plan. But we were intercepted, I'd have to say.
By who?
Massive.
Massive is here.
He was. Now he's gone with Safira.
Did he take her?
She willingly went. He showed up, offered her the carriage ride with him, and off she went.
She just left.
Yes.
Well, that's indeed fortunate.
What?
Well,
She was against our plan from the beginning.
Wait.
Do we know where she's headed?
Do I know she's going to
think you do.
No. No, I don't actually.
Wait,
So we might have just lost one of our companions.
The way I see it, she'll return if she wants to, and if she doesn't want to return, then she's no use to us.
Right.
I suppose that's true. Not a big fan of losing someone who knows as much information as she does about our current mission.
That's true.
She was about to go drink with the man, and then he pulled up.
In the immediate, it seems that we are now
all systems go.
all for
Stealing the man.
yes.
One thing at a time, I suppose.
We'll deal with the problem of Safira when we get out of this.
And at this point, you can see that the elves that had been resting in the camp look like they're starting to collect their things. They sort of are grabbing spears, knives that they put into sort of scabbards, rope that they're slinging over their shoulders, and some hunting traps that a couple of them have picked up. It looks like you said, it looks like they might be moving in shifts. Some of the ones that are in the camps are now preparing to make their way out, and a few of them kind of get up against the owlbear that's on the sled and kind of push it off so they can pull the sled out from underneath. It looks like they're going to take the sled out.
Are Skid Skier and Nol Noir part of the group that are getting ready to go?
It looks like they are. Yes.
They both are.
Yes, it looks like they're both getting ready to
The
go.
leader and the scout.
Yes, and make another perception check for me.
22.
22. So as you're sort of watching this take place, and you're sort of keeping a careful eye on the ones that you know, you see Skidskier, who's, he was the one sharpening some of the weapons. He's handing them out to a couple guys. He puts one on his waist, and he takes that satchel that you saw, and he just and he tosses it back into one of the lean-tos that's sort of surrounding the clearing. You see him sort of toss his bag into there to keep it safe, presumably.
Very relaxed.
But it's in one of, you saw the lean-to that he tossed it into.
Great.
Good.
Nice roll.
Now,
Have
being,
Sorry.
just being not being one of the more noticeable of our group, perhaps I could be some sort of a distraction, even if I were to gather with those that just came back and offer healing or help with the owlbear, and I could be.
Don't waste any healing on anyone, but you could offer to help lift things.
Waste of healing. If Safira were here, she would disapprove, I'm sure.
Well, she's not, so.
True.
Just in case we need your powers in the future.
Right.
Well, we also need you to stay close, so I'm assuming we're going to be making some kind of hasty retreat out of this camp, no?
I suppose depends on how well it goes.
True.
Are we still attempting to copy it and return it?
I think that also depends on how well sort of phase 1 goes.
With your approval, Jillian, I would like to try it.
All right.
What's the plan then?
Well,
Why
she
are you
believes
looking
if
at
we
me?
steal it,
I'd like to try to make
I
a
see.
copy.
if we steal it and it seems that no one is any bit the wiser, she takes an opportunity to copy it, I suppose.
How long do you think that would take you?
Depends on how intricate the map is.
That's true.
We're still Dune at the moment.
He has not returned from
Yeah, he's-
where he walked with Safira out to the river, and he has not returned yet.
If the man's still in the river, we could perhaps copy the map and leave it with him, so we're not doing any copying or anything actually on the camp. We can leave a little bit. Again, I think
But that would be admitting that we took it.
I think we should just try to put it
right.
back where we got it.
First things first, we need the map.
Yes.
Who's going in there?
Well, I think we wait for them to head out, so there's less here at the camp. And then, as Graven said, perhaps we can occupy a couple of them by offering help, assistance in some way, draw the gaze of some of them, and then we go in for the map.
The way I see it, there are sort of two options. One, we either try and do it stealthily without them noticing, or we perhaps do it in a little more plain sight. We've seen the Tiefling
Disguise
occupy
yourself.
other forms.
Could you take Sketskier's form?
But what if they know that he went out there?
Well, the risk with that is, of course, she...
Cannot speak Elvish.
Yes.
Yeah, so if somebody tried to speak to me, I would imagine, Sketskier gets a lot of attention in the camp, being he's one of the scouts and seems rather important. People are probably trying to communicate with him.
There are so few elves here, I hesitate to disguise yourself as one of them, because they would
They
know
all know.
whether or not he's on the hunt or not.
We've also seen you use...
Yes,
move
my-
things magically.
Yes, my hand that you seem so in love with. I can try. I mean, well, okay. Can I see the lean-tos from here?
Yeah.
Is there like a back way into the lean-to? Like
they only
how
have
is it
one
set
opening.
up?
Yeah, it's like a
Right,
bunch
because
of...
it's like a.
There's
Right.
like this opening area, and there's like 6 lean-tos. The entrance is all facing towards the center, towards the open.
Right,
And
but I'm picturing
behind
like a
that-
tent. Is a lean-to more of just like a single?
It only
Fabric?
has one. They're not all exactly the same. They're these are they're makeshift, but
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
only
yeah.
one way into them, and they're small. They're
Right.
very small,
Okay,
yeah.
see, I was picturing like a traditional tent, but
Me
that's
too.
not it. Okay,
More like a teepee, but slightly larger than a teepee. You know what I mean?
got it. So there's literally only one way.
Yes, there is only one. I mean, you could maybe lift up the back, possibly, but you don't know that for sure.
As they're preparing stuff, as they're sort of preserving the owlbears and stuff and sort of going to work on it,
Yep.
are any of them going into any of the lean-tos to get things?
It looks like some of them have at least set down some of their supplies in a couple. Nobody's entered into that one. It looks like maybe that was Sketskier's or his and someone else's.
Oh, sure.
But
Okay.
nobody has gone into that one that you saw him toss his bag into.
Yeah.
How big is this whole place? Like,
The clearing's probably 100 feet across, maybe less than 80 feet
Okay.
across.
Well, I don't think
It's
the
not
idea
huge,
right.
of creating some kind of a distraction, not in like a crazy way, but calling attention to the camp maybe, since there's only one way in and one way out, and I don't feel comfortable disguising myself as an elf. I don't think that's a good idea.
I could try to ask them what happens with the owlbears. And
Well,
We need all of their attention.
it seems that there's already a group activity happening on the camp, and that is preserving the owlbears.
we could.
Not all of them are doing that,
But there's a large group activity. I mean,
as this conversation's happening, you see Noir start to move over towards you guys. He's got a spear and he's got a rope over his shoulder and he moves close. We're heading out. Are you coming with us?
I'm afraid that we have spent ourselves on our journey thus far and have not been able to rest adequately. We wish you luck. It seems as though you've been successful so far.
Yeah.
Maybe on the next round.
He looks a little disappointed, a little disheartened, but he sort of gives you a nod and, very well. See you when we get back, or if you're gone by then good luck.
Be
Thank you
safe.
for everything.
He turns and starts to move. And it seemed like some of the other men were waiting for him as the sort of de facto leader. And they start to move off into the woods. A few of them are dragging the sled and so it leaves behind about, looks like 6 or 7 people are left in the camp. And that's not total. And that's not including Daldoon, who has not returned from the river. So presumably he is not going on this with this group.
And how many of them are
Engaged
with the owlbear? Yeah.
So probably like 3 of them.
And what are the other 3 doing? Can we see? Are there
Tending to their wounds mostly.
great.
A lot of wound tending.
Is anyone close to Skidskier's lean-to at this particular moment?
What's close? Because the whole place is not that big.
No one is now occupying the spot where Skidskier was sharpening, in front of it?
Not right in front of it.
Okay.
No.
I think Graven and I should engage with the elves, and you and Orba maybe see what you can do about the map.
Can 2 people fit into a lean-to?
Yeah, it looks like they're big enough for at least 2 people to lie down, and it would be tight, but yes.
I could also, what if, as a distraction, I create the sound of an owlbear in the distance, and they might have to go off and go fight
More of
it.
them help.
Yeah, send more out.
Perhaps not so far.
Yeah.
Just on the other.
In like
That's
the...
Is there a danger of attracting a real owl bear with this sound?
I don't know, you're the hunter. How do they work?
Make a survival check.
That's true. How do we know?
Will I survive this check?
No.
I won't. 5.
You didn't do a lot of hunting of owlbears. They're mostly woodland creatures. That's not your area of expertise. You don't know whether or not that would. I think in the last episode, someone mentioned that they can be territorial.
Yeah.
So
they don't travel together.
But I think someone said that they come to each other's defense,
Right.
Oh, never mind.
which is why you have to trap them and split them up.
However, though that may be dangerous, you perhaps make even just a rustling of some sort, or even some other creature.
I think we're going to need multiple distractions. Some kind of rustling, perhaps one goes to investigate it, but there's enough of them that I think we're going to need a few approaches.
Regardless, I think that only one of us should try and take the map itself. I think that having 2 people try and get the map.
Unless the map weighs 120 pounds, I don't think we should be sending multiple people in.
Well, you're sneaky, my friend. What if you grabbed it, come back out, and meet me somewhere?
I'm not moving as quickly as I would like, but I am still, I suppose, the quietest.
What do we say to that?
I say if you are up to it, you should go for it.
As this conversation's happening, you notice one of the elves walks over to Sketskier's lean-to, his tent, or the one that he tossed the bag into. And he looks like he's rooting around in it a little bit. Like he's looking, he's not looking in a bag, but he's looking around in the tent. And one of the other elves kind of shouts out to him, Krakholm, we need you to take inventory. And
Is
the
this
one
in Elvish?
Yes, they are speaking
Okay.
in
Damn
Elvish,
it.
yes. So Erland is hearing this. And the one in the tent says back to him, one moment. Do we have any more healing potions? Sketskier's got no more in his tent. And he's sort of rooting through, he's looking around. And it seems like he can't find it, so he sort of gives up after him. He sort of throws it down, and he takes out it looks like a little box that he opens up, and he's pulling out bandages. And he's sitting there in the tent, sort of tending to his wounds because he couldn't find, a healing potion.
He's sitting in Sketskier's. Of course.
A new option has perhaps presented itself.
What was that about?
They're looking for healing potions.
Yes, I have one.
Could we... How about this?
How would this
If
help distract?
we could perhaps trade a healing potion for the map. That man's rather injured.
Just one elf for the map?
Do you think he knows about the map?
Okay, how about this instead, actually? If our plan A goes badly,
Why don't I just call him over out of Sketskis.
Because if the trade doesn't work, then we're not getting the map.
No,
I'm
I
not
think she
going to
means get him out of the tent by
get him-
offering a healing potion.
Exactly.
Oh, he's still in the tent?
Yeah, he's tending to his wounds because he couldn't find a healing potion, so now he
Literally
has to like
call
slowly
him over.
bandage, like
Give
all
him
of
the
scrapes
potion.
and scrapes.
So he's out of your way.
Or you could go into the tent with the healing potion, tend to his wounds.
Steal them up.
Oh. What do you think of
And
that, my friend?
ask for a favor.
It does give
no,
us
just
it
to
does,
take the opportunity to have a
it does
reason to
give
be
us a
inside the
lead
tent.
into the tent.
Does anyone have particularly... Is anyone good at pickpocketing?
Oh.
Not me.
No.
Is that sleight of hand?
Sleight of hand,
Yeah.
Could you use the magic hand?
I mean, it's
You'd have-
visible is the problem.
And
You
she'd
can
have
see
to
it.
know where it is. It's
Yeah.
more about...
Well, what if one person does the potion and another person
Steals the map.
steals it? Yeah. Is that possible?
2 people? One brings the healing potion, the other... What's the other one doing then?
We just
Go
go
into-
over together.
And now as this conversation's gone on a little longer,
Yep.
Okay.
We just need to.
another out of the direction of the river, you see Daldoon returning. Sort of, and he immediately looks towards the group. He sort of sees everyone, and he sort of makes eye contact with you. And he walks over. And he produces something.
Oh, great. How you doing?
I'm all right. Your friend,
And he hands this to Beezaura.
To me. Sorry, I'm a slow reader.
No, it's okay.
seems that she took her leave.
Did it look like she went willingly?
I think so, yeah.
What did he ask for? You met him first.
He arrived and said he was looking for a Safira. And when I was coming back, I ran into your friend here and the other half-elf. I led her back. It seemed like she went willingly. I didn't apprehend her.
Beezaura, what does it say?
He wanted to speak with her. And she said she doesn't think she was part of our plans to be given input tonight.
Are you saying that out loud right now?
Oh, shit. Sorry. Oh.
You mean the plans to go drinking?
Yes.
Make a deception check. Both of you.
Oh my god, I totally forgot he was dead. I'm so sorry. Where is the freaking dice?
6. Oh no!
Wow.
Come on, girl, let's go.
She's drunk.
You got it,
Send
let's
her home.
go.
She's drunk.
Oh god, fuck me.
Do you have a modifier?
Oh my god.
4.
So he kind of, it didn't register at first when you were sort of speaking.
You're not going on the hunt, then?
We're far too hurt.
Our
See.
plans were to rest tonight, and she wanted to go on the hunt.
She wrote you to say that she wouldn't be resting with you.
That is sort of strange to walk off without telling your traveling companions.
Well,
It's not the telling that's confusing. I'm gonna leave you to your business.
He sort of skeptically eyes you guys. He starts to move back in the direction of the camp.
Thank you for the note.
Alright, before anyone says I've done anything stupid again, let's start doing this.
It was a slip up, Erland.
It's fine.
It seems like over in the camp, Daldoon's kind of generally keeping an eye on you guys at this point.
I think we should use the healing potion to get into the tent.
okay, but first I'm going to make a sound, and all of the people who are currently, are they all in the same general area?
In this clearing, yeah. Within
Yeah. I
30,
just
40
I
feet.
want to put Graven between me and the people who are
gathered? Is there a way that all of them are blocked from my sight?
Sure. Just to like block you making gestures. Is that what you're trying to direct
I'm
against?
about to cast something.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I mean, maybe. I mean, he's standing in front of you, but you're moving your arms and stuff. I mean,
And Doldun is eyeing us.
maybe.
Well, okay, never mind.
Alright, Beezaura, stop talking to Doldun. Just occupy him so he's not staring at us.
Were you going to go have a drink with him?
Sure.
I don't know
It doesn't
if that's
even
an
matter.
option now.
It doesn't even matter if he goes to have a drink. Just talk to him and make sure he's not facing the tent. Give me the healing potion before you go, quietly and quickly.
I'll go over with them with the owlbear.
I take the healing potion. Quietly, I want to do that in a way that hopefully no one sees.
Yeah, that's a small enough item.
Great.
You can do it without drama.
If it's looking like they're really not getting distracted, maybe it's time to use one of their spells and heal them.
Okay.
I'm going to try and
Rest it up enough to do that if it comes to it?
To do what? To heal someone?
Yes.
I still have the ability to heal, yes.
Alright.
I'm going to try and heal this man and take the map if possible within it. I need someone to come with me.
I will go. I think I'm the only Jillian,
But you...
Do you need to be available for casting spells of some sort? Or?
I can't reveal my crystal. They said leave your weapons at the gates.
Alright, then you come with me. Actually, you take the healing potion then.
Okay.
And you administer the healing potion. I'll sort of go behind him and help tend to wounds and try and look through a bag or something.
Okay. Jillian?
Alright.
If anyone
Come
yells...
with me.
If anyone yells Benji, we run.
All right.
Got it.
To the
And Jillian kind of
weapons.
has a confused face because she wasn't there for that.
We'll explain
Benji's
later.
the,
Don't worry about it.
the
No,
get out of here.
I know
right?
who Benji is.
Benji is kind of a rallying cry.
Interesting.
Meet at the horses on Benji.
What about our weapons?
We'll get them on the way. Run
Yeah.
and get them on the way
I think
out.
it's on the way.
Alright.
Do you want to come with me?
This isn't a very
Yes.
good plan.
It's what we've got. What else are we going to do?
Right
If
now
we
it is
dawdle
what
much
we've
more,
got.
we
Yes.
will,
Let's
we will
go.
run
I think
into
we
more
just need to
problems.
execute it.
Tiefling, let's go.
Yeah. Orba's walking with the healing potion like very visibly out. Like,
Okay.
yeah.
Alright. Where's everybody headed? Jillian and
Doldun.
Graven are headed
You're the one
over
that knows
to-
he needs it. You wouldn't have even understood that.
No,
Well,
I
he's
said I
garbage.
explained that.
Okay, okay.
You can also see him tending
Yeah,
to his
he lives
wounds.
in
Okay.
Yeah, but I also said that they wanted a healing potion.
His head's
I
falling
want to fuck
off.
his arm. Okay.
His head's like. How do we
And
know
Jillian
it's
grabs you
there?
for a second.
Yeah.
We don't speak Elven.
Right.
This might be a difficult conversation.
Did they not speak common?
They do. But they might be suspicious of us. Worth a try, I suppose.
Can I hear this at all before I
Yeah,
go?
you guys are all kind of moving over.
Even though you can't speak to them, you could just use your actions
No,
At
it's
least
more
some
of
of them
them-
understand.
yeah. It,
We'll see what we can do.
to
what
ask
we can do.
how you tend to allow them.
And I start to move. So as you guys are all moving over, the first person that you come up to is Doldun, who's kind of sitting in this. So
Right.
Beezaura is sort of the first one to meet her objective, as it were.
Meet my match.
And he sees kind of everybody kind of moving over. Generally,
What do you want?
We didn't get to chat back there, so I was coming just to check up on you.
yes, and he's sort of watching Erland and Orba move. Where are you going?
Well,
Your friend requested help. We're going to help him.
What kind of help?
He said he needed a healing potion.
All right.
She's a highly trained she's highly trained in medicine.
Make a deception check.
I was just hoping you were actually highly trained in medicine.
As he stutters the word medicine.
So
Medicine.
fucking poorly.
And Doldun kind of looks, and he looks back into the lean-to, and then back at you guys again.
Our healers are very good.
Who's your healer?
All of us are trained in medicine to some degree.
Well, then come with us and help your friend.
I'll do it.
look, we just feel really badly that we're not helping you in the fights, and we wanted to help in whatever way we could.
And as this sort of interaction's going on, the guy who's in the tent kind of sees this happening. He perks up a little bit. He sees the potion in your hand, and he sort of, can I have that?
Yeah, come here.
And he gets up, and he's sort of like his arms kind of partially bandaged up and stuff. And he comes up, and now it's sort of the group standing together. You willing to part with it?
Well, As I was telling your friend, we feel pretty terrible that we're in no shape to help you in the fight, so this is the very least that we could do, right?
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm told you should sit. It might be easier, right?
And he does.
We still by the.
You guys are sort
Yeah,
of.
so what's
Gets
the
here.
distance at this point?
You guys are probably 15 feet from the lean-to in the sort of seating area. You guys are near where Sketskier was originally sitting, sort of.
Where is Jillian in this particular moment?
Julian and Graven are walking over towards the owl
other
bear.
end.
And how close is the owlbear to the tent?
Which tent?
The tent that has the map in it.
Not. It's on. That's not close.
Oh boy.
They have walked further away. Part of their plan was distract.
And how far away are we from the tent right now?
15 feet.
Okay. Orba like gets down on her knees.
And she offers him, Daldoon, would you like to administer this to your friend?
All right.
And she hands it to him. We're all kneeling now, right? Like I want to get everyone on the ground.
Everyone's sitting. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. In this area.
Just
And
You're standing.
like,
yeah, if you have
I'm short enough.
She like hands the healing potion to Daldoon as she like looks up to Erland and just kind of, she just quickly looks up to him.
And he sort of pops it.
Okay, I'm gonna walk off towards the lean-to. I'm not gonna go in the lean-to, but I'm gonna walk off towards the lean-to.
Okay.
Are they looking at me as I go?
Well, right now, Daldoon is he's sniffing it a little bit to make sure that sort of
god.
Sniffing.
Great.
making sure it smells like a standard healing potion. And then
Is it
seems
okay?
Like
Is it not? It's all right?
Seems fine.
So I'm walking towards the lean-to. I want to try and, as I'm looking over my shoulder, I want to make eye contact with Jillian and Graven. Can I
Sure,
see
they're
them?
walking and
So suspicious.
Some sort of gesture to let them know it's not going well. I'll give them just a, as I'm walking towards the lean-to, just so that they see that our plan has gone very poorly.
That is not a confident look from him.
and Jillian walks up to one of the elves that's
Fuck.
at the owlbear, and she pauses for a moment and looks
no.
at you, and she kicks him, and he sort of. I know him. Don't you remember him? And some of the elves have like stood up and they're like walking over and they all start to sort of converge. Daldoon and the wounded elf are sort of finishing up, but they're watching the action over there.
This is the elf that you spoke to me about previously?
Make a deception check.
They're in a stage play right now.
Deception? It's 8.
So the elves immediately agitate. I mean, they they protect their own, so they start to get up, and a few of them have kind of weapons drawn, and they're picking things up. One of them had the knife that they were sort of carving up the owlbear, and they all sort of start to converge.
So because I looked at them and then Jillian did that.
Yes.
So as soon as she did that, and as soon as I saw all the eyes go that way, I'm just bolting towards the
Make
tent.
a stealth check.
What is happening?
I'm just standing there like, oh no.
11.
11.
Not.
So you make your way sort of behind the wounded elf and Daldoon, and their attention is fairly sufficiently targeted, although you can see Daldoon kind of looking, and then he checks to make sure that Beezaura is still here, and he checks to make sure that Orba is still here. What are you doing right now?
Right now, does the lean-to have like an area where if I were to go in it, I wouldn't be able to be seen?
Maybe.
Oh my god.
There's a flap, but you can see into it. You don't know that. You haven't been inside it, so...
Great. I'm gonna hop into the lean-to.
Okay, make another stealth check. What are you doing?
The one that she kicked, I'm gonna just like reach out and like grab him by the scruff.
Great,
and
as you
go
do
pick-
that,
and go,
a couple of the elves, weapons drawn. Like one's got one on Jillian, one's got one on Graven, and another one has like a spear up. What are you doing?
16.
16. You duck in, and Daldoon kind of looks,
And
you're gone.
I jump in front of like the man and Daldoon like,
Sure.
is he okay? Is he getting any better?
He seems fine, and he sort of pushes you, and he starts to get up and move towards the other groups, not seeing Erland anywhere in particular. Well, yeah.
Is there anything in the bag?
Oh, you're rooting through the bag? Make an
Yes.
investigation check.
You're already
God, what are we doing?
I'm frozen.
14.
Orba passes out.
I'm like fainting go right now.
There's something in the bag.
You find something that looks like that.
Anything else?
Like rudimentary supplies. There's like a knife. There's a couple of bandages, like standard sort of traveling supplies. He's got some torches. He's got some.
Okay. As soon as I find that, is there anything else of note in the lean-to? Real quick.
Make an investigation check. This is taking more time.
No,
You're checking
okay,
the whole tent.
no. Don't need it then. Great. I thought it was small enough that I could just do this.
I mean, it's small, but if you're taking time to look for anything of value.
Great, don't care. I'm gonna then peek out of the lean-to to see if anyone's looking.
Great. So as this is going on, we go back to. Was there something you wanted?
Oh no, go ahead.
Yeah. So one of the elves.
Is there any like I don't know, the one that she kicked? He may have been like a little hurt or something like that, but does he have any other kind of distinguishing features, maybe?
Make a perception check. And what specifically?
I don't know.
What kind of
scars?
Okay, sure. Make a perception.
Okay.
Does he actually look dangerous?
Oh my god, these
my
rolls, guys.
Perception is 7.
7. There's nothing of that nature, like a scar or anything. Although his sort of coat, these shaggy coats that they wear, seems very well decorated. I mean, it doesn't have the shoulder pauldrons like to signal a status, but it's like there's a lot of different colored cloths. It seems like he's a warrior of some note.
Are you sure this is the elf? You said he had a scar on his left cheek. I see no scar.
No, I'm not entirely sure. It might not be. And the elves. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, as that's happening, is the guy who was wounded still near me?
Yeah.
Can I like loop my arm in his and like help him up and like walk over and be like,
I'll
friends?
I got the other arm.
Sure, the two of you, and he accepts your help because he wants to get over there,
Yeah,
so
he
he
wants to
sort of
get
accepts your help. He can walk a little bit. You're not like.
Can I see Erland like peeking out of the tent?
Make a perception check.
I swear to God.
I go blind and I can't
7.
see.
He's pretty big and his coat's pretty big. It's hard to see on the other side.
My friend, can we maybe help our friends maybe figure
Let's
this
get
out?
over there.
Come
My
on.
friends.
He's like limping his way over there as he's sort of.
Friends, what is going on? What are you guys doing?
Let him go.
I'm gonna kind of like slowly let him get to his feet on his own.
And he does. And he sort of.
What is your name?
What is your name?
I am Graven.
Penparazzi. I don't recognize you.
Nor I you. I thought that you were someone that had wronged us.
It's not him. It's not him. Make a performance check. Jillian will do it with you.
Thanks, Jillian.
She's
Thanks,
no help.
Jillian.
What is happening?
14.
14 total. So they sort of see, they sense the real sort of distress, but then they see you guys backing off. You still don't have any weapons. I mean, you're not armed.
We're not super threatening.
Yeah. So they're still holding their weapons, but they begin to relax a little bit.
So I assume some of that was happening sort of at the same time.
Yes, as you were rooting through the bag.
Great.
Yeah.
So I'd like to because when I was looking, it seemed like everyone's attention was over there, right?
Yep.
So I'm gonna kind of slip out of the lean-to.
Make one more stealth check. Because there are some. They're in like a big circle, so they're all facing.
16.
16. Great. So a couple of them, like as they've got their stuff, they hear a little flap moving, and they look, but they don't see anything, and they turn their attention back to.
And so I want to go into the woods, sort of
Okay.
past the like if they're I guess over here.
On the other side of the lean-tos.
I want to sort of like go just like into the woods off, so I'm a little bit distance away.
Sure.
And what is happening at this particular?
Why?
What is happening at this particular moment with
With that event. They are at the moment relaxing a little bit as they seem to understand that there's been some kind of misunderstanding.
Great. Then by a tree, I'm gonna sort of just start going to the bathroom.
Okay.
Is everything all right?
Yes, I tensions are high. I misspoke. Forgive me.
And one of the elves kind of puts his hand and brings the spear down of another one. Don't come back over here. Go back to your side. And Jillian, with her hands up, sort of. Fair enough. We thought we could help you with your owlbear, but then we thought we recognized your friend. Apologies.
Orba's still like locking arms with the guy who's been healed.
Yes, but look, we healed your friend.
He sort of pulls his arm away and he kind of pushes the two of you away. Do as he says. Get out of here. I don't know what's going on, but I don't want you here.
Well, you're welcome, my friend.
Come in and accuse us, refugees, of some kind of... Be gone.
Feel better?
I will. No thanks to you. And he sort of shuts off.
We'll be on our way.
And a couple of them still loosely hold some weapons. And they're waiting for you guys to exit the area of the clearing.
I'm gonna kind of go back over, like, slowly to where the weapons are and stuff.
You're walking towards your weapons?
We're just gonna collect
we
our
had our
things.
stuff.
You were resting
another...
a little away from that. Because
Okay, so I'll go
when you
towards
originally
that.
came to camp, he didn't want you to be
Right,
sitting
okay.
with your
Oh,
weapons.
That's
we'll
what,
go,
go
yeah.
towards our stuff.
Sure. And they're all kind of waiting. What's Orba doing?
Oh, I'm just following.
Okay.
I
And
don't
they sort of gently back.
Did we see him go into the woods to be?
No. And everybody slowly returns to activities, although they're all very much keeping an eye on all of you now.
Did anyone get eyes on? They can't hear us, so we're far enough.
Yeah,
away.
you guys are walking away.
Anyone have eyes on Erland?
No.
We saw him slip away, but I don't know where he is now.
I hope that was sufficient distraction.
It's quite a diversion.
Bold move.
I don't know, he's pretty sneaky. I bet he did it.
All right. And she makes her sort of way back in that direction.
So now, I'm gonna come out of. So if I come out of the woods, I obviously don't want to come out like right next to the lean-to. I'd like to sort of like just loop a little bit around, so it looks like I went off into the woods.
Yeah.
Sort of come back and just do up my cloak as I come back out of the woods.
And a couple of them kind of perk up and another one. And one of them, where did you go?
I was using the bathroom.
There's no bathroom.
A tree was fine.
And they kind of go back to their business. And Daldoon is kind of sitting, watching you guys very carefully, but he doesn't get up. He sits there.
And I just walk over to the group.
They're sort of all
Is-
sitting.
Is it time for us to go?
Is there a way for us to leave without drawing? Are we far enough away that people can't hear us?
I mean, can we leave? Were you successful?
I think we should leave as long as it's not suspicious, yes?
Well,
After that, I am not putting a copy of the map back in their tent.
I agree.
So you have it?
I assume I heard. I wasn't far enough away that I didn't hear all the yelling.
Yeah.
No, you have it. You have the map.
Yes.
Just answer me.
I think we should maybe
It's time to go.
use our rift with the elves as an excuse to leave. Let them be.
okay.
Perhaps, as you weren't there for the scuffle, if you'd like to just politely walk over and tell them that we're sorry we made a disturbance and that we're going to leave. Because if we start walking towards our weapons, I'm worried about what might happen.
Best to let them know that we are
Yes.
What if they try and... They wouldn't search me, would they?
Well,
Don't
just
give them
leave
a
it
reason.
here.
The map?
Give it to
Is
one of
it
us.
possible to do that without being suspicious?
Yeah, if you guys are kind of crazy, it's small, so you can kind of.
Great. I'm gonna.
I'll stand.
I'll go to Jillian and I'll go in close and I'll say, check it first.
And you show it to her.
Yeah, show it.
You
to
open
her.
it?
I'm just gonna
Where
give it to her.
is-
Okay.
Do you want to do
No,
it?
it's okay. She takes it, and she sort of opens it very slightly, and we'll have to take a better look at it once we get away from here.
But that seems right.
As far as I can tell. She puts it in her bag.
Go apologize for us.
And Daldoon's kind of sitting there,
All right.
in sort of a
And
grumpy
make sure you
squat.
thank them.
Yes.
So I'll walk over to.
And just kind of slowly put it
I was gonna say,
in the bags and stuff.
Collect things so that we can leave with some haste.
That rolls.
I'm gonna walk over to Daldoon.
And he starts to get up a little bit. He doesn't let you come all the way over to the camp. I think you've caused enough problems for this evening.
I agree. My friends filled me in on what happened. I'm speaking in Elfish. My friends filled me in on what happened. I'm terribly sorry. We'll be on our way. I'm terribly sorry to inconvenience you.
I think it's best you go.
I agree. We're going to collect our weapons and our horses and leave.
Fine. If you see your elf friend again, tell her thanks for the wine.
Of course.
He turns. He moves back towards the camp. He says,
So, having had that conversation in Elfish, I'm going to sort of look back and say, we can get our weapons and leave. Slowly.
Jillian starts to move. You guys follow? Start to pack your things. You slowly. Jillian doesn't even. She just has the kind of dagger that she sort of lightly puts in her belt.
Sling the ram on my back.
Ah, yes.
Orba, and very unexperienced handling weapons, just like picks up the handful of daggers and scimitars and like pours them into her bag.
Pack up my stuff.
Is there other weapons over here that don't belong to us?
Oh,
what do you
come
mean?
on, man.
Like elven weapons?
Yeah.
They
like-
weren't keeping their weapons here.
This was just a spot.
No,
for
yeah,
us,
when
so-
you
okay.
came in, he was like,
Yeah.
leave your stuff over there.
Just wondering.
Yeah. There are lots of elven weapons, but they're at the sort of area.
Don't even think so.
Yeah. Graven's like,
This looks
Let me just
nice.
take one more look.
Yeah. No. So just our stuff.
okay, you guys. And the horses are tied up there, sort of at the edge of this clearing.
Let's go.
Can I ask a quick question about where is Radira in regards to like the Shocky Mountains and the camp and stuff? Like they're really close to one another, right?
Yes, they're relative, less than a day's travel, definitely.
Okay.
What do
I was gonna make a suggestion to Jillian as soon as we're away.
Yeah, I mean, so when you guys were at the crossing, she suggested either Blom's house or go
Right.
to Radira. And so Radira's north, so it's on the other side of the Bakar River, close
Right.
to the Shocky Mountains. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, and what time is it? It's kind of in the middle of the night right now, right?
No, it's not that late.
It's like
Like
dusk.
late afternoon, yeah, like
Oh.
early evening, late afternoon.
Okay, I thought
Or,
because we
yeah,
only
like the
we rested
evening.
for like half an hour.
Yeah,
an
you rested
hour.
for like an hour, yeah. Yeah, so it's like
Okay.
the early evening.
Okay.
So, have we got to the horse?
You're back on your horses, yeah. You start to sort of guide them through kind of the trees and the...
How many horses are there?
There's 4 horses, so someone's doubling up. Jillian grabbed one on her own, so who's doubling up?
I hop on a horse.
I hop on Erland's horse.
Okay.
You're behind me this time?
Sure.
And the 4 horses through the brush, and you're kind of pushing aside some of the low-hanging branches.
Mm-hmm.
And you make your way back out to the Bakara, the river. Let me change up the music.
I can't believe that.
And you reconnect with the Bukhara, sort of as the dark of night is setting in a little bit. It's the evening. And the moon's just starting to come up, and a little bit of it reflects off the river, providing this sort of streaming beacon almost to follow along, sparkling a little bit, the water. And Erland's body, having pushed through the previous night, begins to reach its limits, and the exhaustion really starts to set in. Like sort of the adrenaline of the theft sort of kept you alert, but as you sort of have relaxed and you're on the horse and sort of swaying back and forth, you can feel the exhaustion really set into your body. You are suffering from 1 point of exhaustion.
What does that mean?
You have disadvantage on all ability checks.
Oh, we need to get out of here. We need to make camp or something.
No one has ever looked worse.
Erland looks like a
feverish,
sack of-
falling off the
He's
horse a
still-
little bit.
from
still
going
looks
over
very
his
sickly.
Yeah.
sepsis,
I
septic.
have everything you can fathom I am bad at right now.
Yeah.
We just have totally ignored it.
And Safira's nowhere to be found. And the day full of sort of tricks, traps, unfriendly faces, and loss, it's produced this kind of heavy atmosphere in the group a little bit. Sort of a soft forward focus from Jillian, who's kind of leading her the way. And you can see even her, she got rest last night, but you can see in her body that sort of the weight of the day is on her. And the horses trot dutifully forward.
How far do we have to ride before we can make camp, Jillian?
I think we go perhaps an hour. Pull off.
I'm gonna kind of pull my horse right up to next to their horse.
Yeah, just enough room for
kinda
that.
Have a hand and
Yeah.
just be close by.
And
Just
Orba
trying
sort
to,
of
like,
holding.
keep him steady.
Yeah, you can feel Erland kind of slumping sometimes to the side.
Well, but should you be the one steering the horse?
I'm fine.
He's okay. He's okay.
Have you taken a better look at the map?
No, I'm not going to take it out in case there's someone watching. I thought we'd wait until we make camp for the evening.
Fair enough.
There was only one piece of parchment in the bag to begin with.
Fair enough.
How
Hope
long
that
do
it was
you-
worth it.
How long of a grace period do you think we have before they notice that we definitely took that map?
I don't know. I'm counting on two things. One, if we travel for about an hour, we at least give ourselves a head start. And two, like I said before, I think they've got bigger problems than chasing us for that map.
That map doesn't... The only reason I'm comfortable with that in the first place is the map doesn't help them at all.
It doesn't seem like they really care. He just left it.
Well,
It's not
Yes,
that they don't...
Yeah, he didn't
just
even
because
for
he,
hunting the owl.
yeah, just because he didn't take it on a hunt doesn't mean he doesn't care.
But the hunt must last at least a couple of hours, and then Skidskier has to come back, and then he has to check his sack. So hopefully we've bought ourselves a decent amount of time.
At this moment in time, we are the 5 best people equipped to deal with this camp.
That's probably true, yes.
Safira said she'd meet us in Mukmu.
I said the 5 best people to deal with this camp.
Like I said, I hope she doesn't go tattling to Lieutenant Colonel Massive.
She wouldn't do that.
If you say so.
Sorry.
You guys get you for. You ride for a while. If there's anything you want to discuss, as this sort of... She suggested you ride for about an hour before you pull off and find a little spot to make camp.
Any other settlements that you know of between here and Mukmu?
We're fairly close to Mukmu now. At the end of tomorrow, we should be at least into the outskirts, so... No, I don't think so. We might run into, as we get into the outskirts, farmers, ranchers, fishermen, but no settlements.
Orba says softly to Erland. Erland, do you know that thing that we share?
Yes?
I think I may have to share it with Jillian. What do you think about this?
Well, are you comfortable sharing it?
No. But I don't think she'll allow me to travel with you anymore. I don't.
I can always vouch for you.
Something tells me that won't do much, but
Graven's like,
I guess what I'm curious about, she seems to know a lot about you guys. Does she ever leverage it against you?
I think that Jillian trades in information and leverage.
Okay.
She seems fair. But if she does have something on you, she will use it. And the question becomes, can you do anything with the opportunity she presents you?
Meaning?
She gives people chances, is my understanding. To those who need chances, or who need something, or who are at their wits' end. I don't know anything about Graven or Safira, but it seems that, like me, they need something.
Okay. I need something too, so perhaps she'll be understanding.
Be careful.
Okay. That's it for me.
And after a little while, about an hour or so, Jillian sort of pulls up the horse a little bit. She peeks over, and the woods are a little sparser here, not quite as dense, and she kind of peeks in, and I suppose this is as good a spot as any. And it's wide enough that she can kind of lead the horse into it. She pulls off the trail a little bit. She starts to guide it, kind of through the trees. She probably follows you. She probably leads you in 100, 150 feet off of the Pucara trail. And there isn't really a clearing, but she looks for kind of a spot, at least wide enough between the trees that you might be able to set your stuff down. She says, she kind of looks and, well, unless we've got a better idea.
You sure it's safe here?
No.
Can't be sure of anything.
We should,
Set watches.
Yes.
Perhaps the last one for you.
I think that would be best, yes.
she sort of pulls up. She starts to tie her horse to a tree nearby.
Alright.
Do the same.
Same.
So everybody kind of gets off. And she starts, taking out her meager belongings. She does have a bedroll, and she that she took from the tower at the crossing that had some spare supplies, that she grabbed some of those things. Kind of takes it out. She sort of setting a little spot.
I toss her a ration. Jillian, here you go.
She takes it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
She kind of bites at it.
And I toss them to everybody else too. 5 rations.
Thank you, Orba.
Yep. Enjoy.
And Jillian, sort of in a moment of finding herself able to collect herself, she takes the map out. I'm gonna give you guys, so as we're referencing it, it's not.
Thank you.
Unless it was
I was, yeah.
She brought a binder with her?
I just had the opportunity to be real sneaky.
So,
Sell it on the black market.
do you have a copy to look at?
I have one.
Yeah.
Okay. You can share.
So you see her take it out. And she takes a look over. And she takes a breath.
It's unbelievable.
This is good. Impressive detail. I am glad to find that our theft was not for a mere scribble.
This looks like a Myconid camp to you.
Yes. And she immediately, you start to see a side of Jillian maybe you hadn't seen before. She goes into this sort of hyper focus. And her eyes she's like flitting back and forth across the map. She's scanning sort of every detail of the map. And if the circumstances weren't so dire, you might mistake it for excitement, like the thought of finally something going right this day. She takes like a deep, satisfied breath. These 2 smaller structures near the top, they appear to be carved into the side of the ridge, and that is not unfamiliar to me. It's probably where the adult myconids are being kept. They are sensitive to light and draw nutrients from the soil. Most man-made structures have a way of stunting myconid growth because they're not acclimated to that kind of environment. So these buildings near the harvesting yards have been excavated into the side of the mountain to provide shelter, mimicking their natural habitat. Now this larger structure at the bottom is probably where most of the action happens. Harvesting the membranes, storing them, separating the fibers from the extract, and finally preparing them to be either transported or infused into other items. It's difficult to tell what happens where, not a lot of specifics regarding the interior of these buildings. The only obvious entrance I can see is at the bottom left. It's sort of got a small raised portion of land, and there's also a staircase where the entrance here at the bottom, at this raised portion of land. And then it looks like at the top of the structure there's a staircase leading down at the north end. See that? It is possible there are underground tunnels leading to the other 2 structures, so they don't have to take the myconids outside when they want to bring them to the main building. So I think we're looking at perhaps a series of small tunnels in addition to the entrances that you can see that are marked here on the map.
Size-wise, is this on the larger, mediocre, smaller end?
I have to say, if this is accurate, I'm a little surprised. Given the strange circumstances that have surrounded this particular mission, this all seems fairly ordinary. Not unlike what I've seen a number of times before. The processing building is perhaps a little larger than usual. It's true we cannot see the interior, but somehow I expected something
Bigger.
more. I don't know, a demon portal or a great undead totem.
So, the 2 structures on the top part of the map,
Yes.
you believe them to be underneath the structure on the bottom of the map, perhaps?
No, I think these are all separate. These are just built into the ridge, and this
see.
sits on top of the surface,
I see.
above
There-
ground.
and there is a way to get from...
Underneath, through
Underneath.
into
That
the
is what I believe, yes.
What do you think the large circular room on the right is?
It is possible that that is the electrolysis room, where they separate the fibers from the extract itself.
Although it does seem simple to you, once, say, we were down there could be some obstructions that come out of nowhere.
Yes, like I said, the proportions seem well drawn, but I cannot see the interior, so I cannot say for sure.
What more scouting needs to be required before the destruction phase?
There's quite a bit of factors that I like to look into. I like to get a general idea of how well guarded and well employed the operation is. Number of people, types of people, whether it's mostly military types or whether it's mostly workers.
Very important.
If it's possible to tell, I like to know of the people who they might be. Black Lions, Gentle Void members, if it's possible to tell, anyone wearing any colors or insignias that would designate a particular group. This might give us an idea of how skilled they are in areas of magic, combat, but also tips us off to groups that perhaps we want to lay low from in the days following our scouting.
This portion here,
Yes.
it looks similar to what you call the electrolysis. Could that be another structure?
It's possible. It could be a structure that Skidskier was not close enough to get a good look at.
Do you see what I'm talking about?
This portion.
Yes,
Yeah.
I do get the impression that that is not a bit of land. It's an unusual shape.
Right.
I like to know where any entrances are in and out of the facility. It seems that some are marked, but it's possible there are more that we don't know of.
It seems there are other sets of stairs as well.
Yes, it could be where that comes up from the tunnels underneath. You mean in the other buildings, the Myconid buildings?
I mean, there's stairs.
Yes.
More stairs.
Yes.
Something like
Good speed.
a lookout tower, maybe. Do they usually have structures like these?
It can be, yes. To get a good look at the area. It does seem that that portion of the area is raised.
Is the star-shaped base on the bottom of both of these sections, does that signify anything to you?
That could be a lookout tower as well. Those could be arrow slits in the walls that you're able to look through and guard it.
Do these not fit right one on top of the other?
It seems they do.
It's possible. Some of them have a similar shape, although the way the canyon's laid out, I'm not sure. And the river running, you believe that the river's on top of the others, or that those are on top of the bottom structure?
That this is raised. The top one is raised above.
Yeah,
it's possible.
There's a bridge there, and there's some.
And this looks exact. This could sit
Fit
right on
on
top
that.
here.
It almost, yes. You're right. These bridges seem to line up. This
Yes.
structure lines up there. The entire pathway,
star.
sort of. The stars.
The circle.
So instead of two structures, you think it's two-tiered?
Yes.
Again, possible.
Also, I mean, this pool of water
the
underneath,
rectangle
or
on top.
this.
Is the only way to find out all this information to be in the structure?
That is what the scouting mission is for.
Are all the Myconid camps usually on bodies of water like this?
No, although that's usually for ease of transportation of goods.
Oh, okay.
There are a number of rivers running down the Shaki Mountains. It could be an easy way for them to unload goods rather than bring horses up into the mountains.
They don't use it as a way to generate power in any kind of way, or?
Again, possible.
Okay.
The most important scouting of any interiors involves finding what I refer to as the electrolysis lab. This is where the chemical reactions take place that separate the fibers from the pure myconid extract. And this room is highly volatile both because of the equipment being used and because of the pure myconid extract. And when my second team comes in, it's very important that we know where that room is.
What sort of equipment is in that room? What does a room typically look like?
Looks a bit like a laboratory. A number of electric equipment and tubes.
Any large glass cylinders of any sort?
I imagine there's a number of glass structures, cylinders, tubes.
Or copper, perhaps?
Copper's a common material.
Could.
The cylinders that we've seen before.
Yes, the festival to, Festival of Masu, was that what that
Yes.
was?
They seemed. Well, I believe we've described to you seeing cylinders before with mechanisms that either pumped in or out of the ground, but they were very much on their own. They didn't.
Yes, they weren't.
They weren't part of a larger.
Could an electrolysis lab be packed up in any way?
Packed up in what way?
In that, if there was a fully functioning lab and a transportation circle, could they remove all the things from it? All the equipment, or is it built into the sort of structure itself?
I suppose any loose equipment, you could walk through a portal with it, if that's what you mean.
The room we saw only had one large cylinder, right? There was only one?
Mm-hmm.
Each of the different ones you're speaking of, yes.
We also, do they typically have pumps that go into the ground?
It can, into the ground not so much, but depending on what they're infusing the myconid extract into, it could be pumped into soil, it could be pumped into potions, any number of things it could be combined with.
A structure this size, in your experience, how many guards are usually there?
That could vary quite a bit. She sort of gives it a look over. I'd estimate something like 50 for an operation as this.
Does Orange have any sort of central plumbing system, any sort of consistent water supply that could be poisoned?
There is a sewer system.
If they were pumping something into the ground, could it be into some sort of the water table or some sort of... Was it pumping in or out? I can't remember.
We don't know.
We didn't
You
even
don't
figure
know.
that out.
I flipped all the levers, though. Could... And we told that to Jillian, yeah?
I think you guys
Yeah,
gave
I
a
think
rundown
we did.
of
As
Yeah,
much,
so
as much as-
the pump in Brickrock that we found under in the sort of caverns.
Yes.
If they were pumping myconid extract into something, into the ground, what could that be underneath Ormshuba?
I don't know.
It was already a hidden underground, possibly laboratory area.
And it was going further into the ground than that.
Yes.
Deep into the ground.
We assume.
I don't know.
Well, I suppose if we see anything that looks just like the ones that we've saw, we'll let you know.
Another bit of useful information might be what kind of myconid products are being made there. Any kind of volume they're producing, any kind of schedule that they're on, how often they send out caravans or boats or anything like that.
How they utilize the river.
Yes.
How they utilize
Whether they
the-
stockpile a bunch of myconid extract before shipping it out, which is riskier but less expensive, or they send out caravans regularly, thus lessening the amount of product in storage at a given time, but it costs more. It's less profitable that way when you have a number of people running back and forth.
It seems as though they've already been distributing it.
Yes, but at what pace?
Right.
Do you ever try to interrogate the people who are doing the pickups and drop-offs?
No, I haven't. I felt most of the time that risked tipping them off that someone was looking into their camp.
Plenty
How would
to
you
work on.
suppose 5 of us take on 50 guards?
We're not. We are scouting only.
And if it doesn't go well?
Well, that's not an option.
Okay. Understood.
And when it does go well, I bring in my other team and I send you on your way.
Got it.
This was good. It was worth it.
I agree.
Seems so.
It's a shame Safira was not here to see this.
We'll have to tell her all about it.
I guess so.
I would maybe advise against that, but...
Telling her that we stole it.
Well, maybe how we stole it we can leave out.
Fair enough.
Could probably say that we traded the potion for it.
She's going to know you're lying.
Perhaps.
It's not a complete lie.
Doesn't matter anymore, really. We have the information. Now it's a question of what we do with it.
Well, my mind will be racing, but I think I'm going to lay down to sleep. Mull over what we've seen, what we've looked at.
Me as well.
I can take guard the first round.
I'll take second.
All right. She starts to gather her things. And you can see as she sort of lies on her bedroll, she's still kind of like...
I thought she was gonna put it under her pillow or something.
Is it
Seep into my brain.
Get some rest.
The moonlight's pretty strong. I mean, it's seeping through the trees, so it does give sort of a glow over this area.
I'll take
Sit
last.
back and eat.
All right. Take a moment.
I already ate on that, or whatever.
Bedroll.
So let's have everybody roll their watch or perception checks at once, and we'll go around. Just remember what number you roll, what you get.
Oh my god, you're the worst. You're just the worst.
Jillian will take a
perception.
watch.
What have you guys done? Hey, look at that.
At least I have the morning.
Oh boy, Erland is snoozing through his...
That's pretty cocked.
Jesus.
I mean... Hey.
What just happened?
It worked.
Nothing. It was like kind of like that, but it definitely was gonna fall.
But it was. Definitely.
So
We're
first
stars
watch. So
over
first,
here.
what do we got for first?
20.
20. Great. Keep watch.
19.
Nothing seems to happen. You wake up the next person, which is Graven, I think was night.
17.
17. Graven wakes and watches over, and you see the moonlight creeping in. Goes by without any issue or event.
Can I-
Jillian's on the next one.
Have a minute.
You may, yeah.
Oh.
Here in the sort of quiet of the night.
Yeah. I'm gonna kind of just sit a little away from everybody and keep an eye on them. Just kind of sit and eyes open. And I'm gonna use light, kind of facing away from everybody, like focusing on the relic in my hand.
Okay. So you're casting the spell light on the relic in your hand?
Yeah.
Great. So it begins to glow, and as it does so, it has that effect of like a flashlight on the other, like you see that reddish sort of lighting up palm, kind of, because it's not like outside of the skin, so it kind of...
And I don't want to do it out or anything.
Yeah, and again, it's inside there, so it doesn't give off, it doesn't cast a bright light, it's kind of this dull, reddish glow.
Yeah. And I'm just going to kind of sit for a minute. I don't know how close of an eye... Oh, I'm going to say this quietly in giant.
Okay.
Kind of to myself. I don't know how close of a watch you've kept on me these last few years, and I don't know if Solomon is one of yours, but you must see that I am carrying out your will as best I can. This beast has arguably taken more from me than you have. But I may not be ready to face it in my current state. I would not assume to call upon you for the necessary strength, but I will if I must. As for the healer, the operative, those that I travel with, they are a means to an end. Leave them to me. I'm just gonna kind of sit and hold the light for a little longer and see if anything kind of happens.
Not yet. Is there anything else that you do?
No.
Do you put the light out? Do you...
Yeah. After maybe a minute or two, if nothing happens, I'll let the light fall.
Let the light fade. And it fades down into your palm. And as it gets sort of back to your palm, the relic itself, the outline of the relic, glows. And it starts to burn on the inside of your palm. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Maybe this wasn't a good idea.
Everyone is so cool.
Constitution saving throw.
Yep.
Look at these stupid chess pieces. These people are glowing in their hands.
18.
18. So it glows, and you kind of feel it, and you try to close your hand, and it seems like it's trying to keep your hand open as you're trying to close it.
Yeah.
And you get it all the way closed, and it kind of, and a sort of billow of smoke kind of comes out the top of your hand. And you open your hand back up, and there's writing glowing on the inside of your hand
I wish I was really
that I will give you later.
Okay.
Oh my god!
Okay. Yep.
I wish
And
I
you take a look
really
at
saw this.
Yep.
Come on!
And you close your palm.
All right. Oh yeah. Can I still get a long rest out of this?
Yeah, and this is part of your watch.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
All right.
you
Cool.
could-
Okay.
You
Thank God.
did this within the watch.
All right. Oh.
A recipe for
Delicious.
Ow, meat.
And
No.
yeah, just keeping an eye on everyone again,
Wow.
and then I'll
who
go.
was next watch.
I thought you said Jillian.
Jillian was
Yeah.
next. Yeah. She kind of wakes and she kind of And the page is like stuck to her face. She pulls it off.
That's adorable.
I'll keep it safe.
It's printed on her cheek.
And she gets up.
Smudge.
She begins her watch. And you go to sleep. And Jillian goes by. And Orba feels the shake.
Oh,
And you see Jillian. It's time for your watch.
okay. Thank you.
She lies down to rest. And what did Orba get?
4.
Oh, man.
Ay, ay, ay. It was going so well.
So Orba's sort of sitting, watching, and the group is resting in the moonlight, sort of tipping over to the other side of the tree line. And Orba feels sort of sleep fading in and out.
I'm sneezing.
And you hear a little,
Oh, God.
and it sounds at first like a bird, and then it, and it's sort of a back and forth of these two sounds. And you hear a little bit of, and you can see, and your eyes, you sort of perk up at the noise, and about 50 feet off through the trees, you can see an owl bear that's sort of,
My God.
and sort of sniffing and making noise. And you can see it kind of, and it seems like it's slowly in a zigzag moving towards your rest area.
Okay. Orba's gonna take out her crystal.
Okay.
And it's 50 feet away from me.
Mm-hmm.
Orba's gonna. Oh boy. Woo! Orba's gonna try to cast Thaumaturgy.
Okay.
So say if it's here like 50 feet away.
Mm-hmm.
I want to cast Thaumaturgy. Oh boy.
What's the range on that one?
30.
30. Okay. Fuck. I want to cast it right here.
Yeah.
Like 30 feet, like a 90-degree angle,
Okay.
mimicking whatever I just heard. Can I try to mimic that sound?
Sure. Does it lets you imitate like an animal sound? Is that
I don't, because it gives examples, but it doesn't like.
what you just read through it? So
You manifest a minor wonder, a sign of supernatural power within range. Like I can make my voice boom, I can make flames flicker.
Okay, I'll say you can kind of throw your voice. So if you want to make a performance check, I'll let you try and sound like an owl.
Okay.
Because it sounds like it's
Go ahead.
you know it doesn't just have the ability to make an owl bear sound.
Yeah.
You're sort of
So I
throwing.
have to throw my
you're sort of
voice.
throwing your voice.
Yes, very good.
Performance?
Mm-hmm.
17.
Let's hear it too.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
With disadvantage. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. So you sort of throw it in the other direction,
Very
and you can
close.
see it sort of. And it seems like it gets really low, like it feels the threat of maybe another owl bear. I mean, they're sort of territorial, and it sort of starts to, and it moves quickly, kind of in that direction.
Okay.
It's still kind of moving towards you because you were only able to throw it 30 feet, so it's moving off on a right angle, but.
Right, and are we like we're in a clearing, a woods?
It's
like,
not
what's-
really a clearing. It's like the trees are just
patch.
fairly sparse. Yeah, it's
Is
not
this-
like a thick woods.
Is this nearing the end of my watch, or was this like around the beginning of it?
We'll say it was like in the middle of your wand.
Okay, Orba's gonna, oh boy, Orba's gonna take off her boots and kind of follow very quietly behind this owl bear.
Make a stealth check.
Yep.
Wow. Please don't let it eat you.
9.
So Orba sort of, you can feel the like twigs sort of cracking beneath your feet. And what are you trying to do as you're falling behind it here?
I'm gonna try to cast Thaumaturgy again, like further off, like kind of like breadcrumb it away.
Okay. So you kind of throw it. So that means that you're getting up, what, within 10 feet of it?
I'm gonna 15.
So you're throwing it 15 feet on the other side of it.
Yeah.
So you get up, and it seems like you get a little too close.
Okay.
And it kind of,
Oh, no.
and it shifts back around. And as it's turning, what's Orba doing?
Is there a tree or something nearby?
Yeah, there's a lot of trees.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna get behind a tree.
All right, make another stealth check.
This is.
us up.
19.
And Orba kind of,
Oh.
and it looks and it kind of,
How close am I to it?
it's probably as it's sniffing like less than 5 feet away from you. And it kind of,
can I throw thaumaturgy 30 feet behind me?
Make another performance check. As you try
Okay.
and throw your-
Is that an unlimited skill?
It's a cantrip, yes, if you can.
14.
14.
Wow.
So it kind of. And you can see its ears on the other sides because its head is bigger than the width of this
my
sort of thin
God.
tree, and you see the ears kind of. And its head turns. And it starts to move quickly in the other direction.
Okay, so how far away is it from...
It basically went to where you threw it, so now it's probably 30 feet away from you.
From the camp, though.
Oh, yeah, more than that. 40, 50 feet from the camp.
Okay,
From
Orba's
the
gonna
camp.
hang out for a second and just
Okay.
wait and listen.
And it kind of. And it starts to move off in the other direction.
Jesus Christ.
And it moves. Doesn't seem to be coming.
Okay, Orba's gonna like
She did it.
peek out from behind the tree.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see it.
You don't see it.
Okay, she's gonna like walking her back facing the camp, like back up very quietly and carefully, and head back to the camp.
That didn't wake any of us up.
Hope not.
See?
It never got close enough. I mean,
Yeah.
even at its closest, it was still 40 feet away from where you
Okay.
guys should have gathered. So yeah.
Wow.
Okay, and I'm gonna like kind of proud, but also like that was really stupid.
Making sure you stay away.
Yeah.
Yeah, she'll get out some parchment and just start writing, just to like stay
What
awake
was
or
it
something. But like stay.
And Orba's watch comes to an end.
Oh gosh.
She goes and politely shakes her.
You.
Yeah,
You're
you're
last.
You're last.
She was first.
Oh, I rolled a natural 1.
Oh my god.
Good. I'm
So
glad that thing
there,
went back.
there was just one owlbear, but don't worry, I got it to go away. But just keep an eye out for an owlbear.
Which direction did it?
Sort of I'm waking up. So which direction did it go?
This way, and I point.
Have I taken a long rest now, though?
Yes. You have taken a long rest. Everybody can update. You've taken a long rest.
Okay.
Jesus.
My temporary HP
Has returned to your full
Yay!
temporary hit points.
Hey, hit points.
You feel the
Wait, to
I'm
my
already
full
there.
max.
full max. Yes.
Okay, okay. No more temporary.
Yeah.
Just so strong.
Yeah, you're 87 hit points.
You have a nice restful sleep. You feel the sort of touch of the specter lift from your body.
Excellent. I mean, you still have this watch.
Get them back.
So I no longer have my speed halved and all that other stuff is all gone now.
That's
yeah?
all gone.
Yes.
And your sepsis, you just go back down like 1 or 2 or something?
I go down a number.
Oh, cool. Good for you.
You're the worst.
You'll know when you need to.
Okay.
How's your photosynthesis these days?
My photosynthesis level.
Oh, I can change out spells and stuff too. Oh god.
Oh shit! Yeah! Let's do it!
So take a second.
Yeah.
So Erland is on his watch.
Oh.
And he checks, he sort of keeps a hazy eye over the campground. And he's sitting sort of with his back up against a tree, and he can see the rest of the groups that are out in front of him. And he feels a little on his shoulder and a knife underneath his neck.
What?
And peeking around the tree, you look to your right, and you see Deldoon.
I knew it.
Get up. Quietly. Slowly.
I do.
And he takes you on.
Walk.
And walks you.
How far? Where is everyone in relation to me right now?
They're all in front of you before he walks you away. Yeah.
So they're all. So we're walking in the opposite direction of everyone.
Yep.
Okay. And he's behind me.
Yeah.
So like, he was behind me, and then I stand up, and he's still behind. Okay.
He's grabbed your shoulder and he sort of picked you up off the ground.
Great.
And
I'm going with him. Not struggling. Just hands are up.
he sort of moves you a little bit away from the camp, and that's where we're gonna go to break. And
Oh
we'll come back and talk to Deldoon.
I'm sorry.
Now you guys can all
Fiddle.
figure out. So we'll come back from break. We'll take a little 15-minute dinner break, and then we'll be back.
That was so dumb.
That was a lot of bad rolls in that part in general.
Yeah.
I mean, if I just was a little more aware of what I was doing.
Oh man.
Even
We
so.
got it.
No,
We got it.
I don't think anybody rolled above a 5 in the first half hour.
Look, it doesn't matter how you get there. It matters that you got there.
Says
All
the
right.
guy
He
with
went
the
With
nice
the
to
knife
his
to his
goddamn
You
neck.
would be suspicious if
figure it
I
out.
wasn't such a
Yeah.
bozo.
Thank you guys for joining us. We'll be right back. We'll pick it right back up. We got a lot of stuff left to do,
Bye.
and
Oh
we'll
my
pick it up
God.
there.
Boy, oh boy.
We'll be back.
Oh, now it's showing.
we're back from the break, and everybody's very content with the choices they've made.
Always.
Very confident.
Totally Zendo.
Welcome back, everybody.
This is a disaster.
Water.
We return
All right.
to the woods in the dark of night, with Daldoon leading Erland off the trail.
Make me kill you.
And he leads you for about 50, 60, 75 feet.
Whoa.
Walks a little bit. And he motions to a spot on the ground.
Oh my god.
Sit.
And I sort of go up against a tree and I sit down.
Just lie down. And he goes to a tree near you, puts his back up against, and he sort of puts the knife into his belt, and he slides down.
Give me one good reason why I shouldn't go back and tell them to come get you.
Why are you here?
You know why I'm here.
Are we speaking in Elvish? Let's just speak in Elvish. I'm going to switch over to Elvish if he was in common tongue.
No, sure.
What use do you have for it?
As you could tell, we don't have a lot to bargain with. We use what we can. I'd rather have something than nothing.
Did you clear out the owlbears all right?
It's supposed to be my turn to go out. I came here instead.
Well, if you're settling in this place that you say you're settling in, I don't know what negotiations you expect to come.
Didn't expect to see you come along. And yet you did.
I suppose that's true. You have my word that we have a common enemy.
Make a persuasion check.
16.
One time, my son fell out of a tree and broke his arm. And I walked him to our healer's hut, but the shaman was not there, only his apprentice. And my son would not be treated by him. He kicked and he screamed. He was frightened to trust another man to cure him. And only when I bribed him by offering him cherried candies, when we got home, did he allow the apprentice to do the necessary healing. Over a year later, I found a small box under my son's bed with the very same cherries that I promised him that day. He hadn't eaten them. He felt guilty for accepting the bribe. He said that he should have been a man and done what was asked of him. But he was a man. Needing a little push to get where you need to go, that is not a weakness. I'm not going to tell anyone that you took it. But I'm going to call on you one day. And I expect your help. No questions.
I can promise you that I will, and I will convince whoever I can to help. But you have my word that I will help you.
We're going to be making our way up towards the northern tribes, I think. Towards Navikapura. If you ever find yourself up there, ask around. Rudirans don't like asking for help. My son didn't want to ask for help, but I am not so proud.
I believe we might find ourselves in Navikapur one day. And I promise to kill every black lion I find. And I promise to make it hurt.
What's your name?
Whose?
Yours. Your whole name. What is it?
Erland. Erland Lofterfell.
Lofterfell. All right, Erland. Don't come back down here.
We don't intend to. We're traveling to Mukmu, and then we're traveling to the Shaki Mountains. To do away with the Black Lions, hopefully. Or at least weaken them.
Weakening them sounds good. Doing away with them, you're going to need a few more people.
Yes. We'll create as large a dent as possible then. And if I find myself in Nivikapura, I will ask for you. And if we ever find ourselves in a place other than Nivikapura, ask for me.
This camp that you're going to, your friend believes that it is a Myconid camp. Sketskier believes the same thing. Scouted it. I want you to bring us some. If you go. I don't like it. I don't like how it's made. I don't like how they're kept. But the Radiran elves need help. And like I said, I am not too proud.
Have you ever used Myconid extract, friend?
No.
Have you ever seen anyone who does?
Yes.
In the wrong hands, and I don't mean abuse of power, I mean in the wrong hands, without the proper healers, without the proper experience, having a little bit of Myconid extract is worse than having no Myconid extract at all.
Why do you know so much?
A friend.
Make a deception check.
12.
My culture is on the brink of blinking out of existence. I am willing to take that risk.
If we can get some, I will try. I cannot guarantee that. I will prioritize destroying the camp and putting a significant dent in the Black Lions over getting you Myconid extract. I have to.
If you hear a name of someone up near Nivikapura who deals in this kind of thing, Myconid products, I'd like you to send a letter to Nivikapura and address it to my name. I want to know the name of the person.
If I find
A distributor
in
the north.
I need you to clarify what you're asking.
If you find the name of someone who distributes Myconid products in the north, somewhere near Nivikapura, I want you to tell me who it is.
Do you mean Mukmu, Tuktu, Nivikapura, any of those cities?
No. Has to be further north. Close to Nivikapura. Dilosun, perhaps.
Alright.
I don't know exactly where we're going. I need the name.
Are you not planning on settling with your Radiran friends?
We will stay here for a while. We cannot stay here permanently. It's too close to Mukmu. It's too close to the Black Lions.
So you plan to settle eventually in Nivikapura?
Not in Nivikapura, but somewhere up in the north.
What's there for you?
Less people.
Sure.
More land for us to claim.
If I find anyone, yes.
All right.
Is there anything... Skidskier was obviously a little cagey about giving information, as was Nolnoir. Is there anything we ought to know about this camp before we go there? Anything that will help us destroy it?
Skidskier's map is pretty thorough as far as I know. He saw Black Lions coming in and out of there. I'm not sure what you're asking for specifically.
Any gentle void? Is the map complete?
As far as I know. Gentle Void don't wear something in particular.
Is it a two-story structure, or...?
Yes.
And the map itself is showing the two levels?
Yes.
The top part of the map is the bottom level, and the...
Yes.
The top part of the map is the bottom level, yes?
Yes,
So it's underground.
partially. It's in a canyon, so part of it juts out. The part of the map on the bottom is on the upper part of the canyon, sticks out above the ground.
So the larger bottom part of the map is above ground and goes into the canyon, and then the top part of the map is the sort of underground canyon area.
Yes. But the bottom level comes out on the bottom floor of the canyon. So you could go in from the top and come out at the bottom if you wanted to.
That's extremely useful.
I hope so. Like I said, I want a name.
Of someone in Navikapura,
Yes.
I can try. Is there a form you need it in?
A form. The mic in it.
It comes in forms, yes.
Hopefully a distributor will be able to get it to us in multiple forms.
All right. And if I ask for you in Navikapura, someone will direct me to you where to send it to.
Hopefully. Or just have a courier service under my name.
Again, friend, I suggest you think carefully about using extract.
I have.
It will
interrupts.
leave you vulnerable and weak.
We are vulnerable and weak.
All right.
And he nods. Starts to get up.
Can I stand up with him?
Yeah, doesn't stop you.
I go to shake his hand.
He doesn't do so.
Oh.
He starts to move. He disappears into the trees. What do you do?
Was anyone listening to that conversation?
Make a perception check.
Like, is there anyone else?
Make a perception check.
10.
You take a look around. As far as you can tell, there's nobody awake or around you. So
Great. I'm gonna...
you have dark vision too, so you can see a little ways into the forest.
Yeah, and no owlbear sounds.
Not that you can tell.
Great.
Just behind a tree. Ha!
Someone's invited.
It's like scratching its back on the tree.
Silly owlbear.
All right, I'm gonna quietly walk back to camp.
Okay. Quietly, like you're trying not to disturb anything.
Yeah.
Make a stealth check.
Ooh, 12.
12. Okay. I think you make your way back and sort of lightly.
I don't wake anyone up.
The sound of owlbears. Owlbears in the night.
Still looking for his friend.
It's their mating song.
And you make your way back. Seems like you didn't disturb anyone. When you get back to the camp, nobody's awake.
I'm gonna sit and continue my post. I assume it's getting pretty close to daylight.
Yeah. Yeah, it's already started getting light. Yeah, definitely. Like the beginnings of.
Yeah, I'm just gonna continue my post.
Great. And the sun rises a little further. And the group begins to wake, one at a time, sort of rustling awake. Erland, you see Beezaura wake first. It's the first one.
How was your watch?
Eventful.
Oh, really?
Is Jillian awake?
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah, eventful. Apparently, all of a sudden, an owlbear came in the night, but
You fought it off.
no, she distracted it. I'll wait for everyone else to wake up before I.
And with
Get
the
into
conversation happening, the people are waking up and hearing the noise of Jillian's.
I would get ready to travel. We should start moving to Mukmu as quickly as possible.
And with the sun kind of leaking through the branches above you, the party rises. We're shaking off some twigs and bits of grass that are clinging to the bedrolls. And Jillian's kind of stretching out some sore muscles that are yearning for a few more hours rest. And Jillian, once again, as soon as she wakes up, she sort of picks up the map, gives it a look over, folds it, puts it in her bag.
Orba takes out rations and individually hands them out to everybody. Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning.
And as they start to eat,
While we're eating, pull the map out.
she does so. Yeah.
Duldoon came in the night.
He did.
What?
Exactly.
And
He held a knife to my throat, took me away from my watch for a brief moment. I talked him down. They know we have the map. But he's not going to say anything.
what guarantee do we have of that?
We don't, but I didn't get my throat slit and I have more information.
Alright. Continue.
The camp is indeed 2 levels.
He confirmed this.
He confirmed this. The bottom part of the map seems to be... Help me out with this, just because I want to make sure I get it right. So the top part... I also didn't want to interrupt. So the top part of this here...
Yep.
Erland's communicating this while John is dumb and figures it out. So the top part of this is on top of the canyon, on the upper portion of the canyon.
Yes.
And then this part is on... So this is like ground.
That is the lowest level, yes.
Great. So there's like a so there's like a waterfall, we presume, there.
Yes, somewhere. It's just not marked on it, yes. So
Yeah.
it goes along and goes down.
So it's like camp, some stairs down, and then an entryway, and these things are on the bottom.
Yes.
And this bridge is denoting that there's like a bridge up.
Yes, that you can see it up above you.
Well, but so this is also a river then?
Yeah. It's
Okay.
just
he just didn't
Yes,
finish. Okay, I
they
see.
were marking the lower level. That's all filled in there, supposedly.
Okay,
Water
great,
at
great,
the bottom
great.
of the canyon, yeah.
So like river, canyon, 2 things.
And again, like you can't see that there. That's just signifying that that's above you.
Or he saw something there,
there's
but
something else
yes.
down
But there
there.
is water running through there that he did not mark because he was marking it as a lower level.
That's actually more... Well, I guess that's a more useful way to
The
look at it.
bottom part is the top, and the top is the
Oh, I guess we could just hold it like
turn
this.
It
I was flipping it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoops.
I actually.
Oh!
Yeah, Erland just does this, and everyone gasps.
I get it now.
Yes.
I know exactly what to do.
Great. So I relay everything about the layout of the camp that he told to the team.
Yep.
Well, that's not nothing.
Anything else?
Did you say if there's any gods in there?
They didn't know much. They didn't see... They saw...
And he just came in the night to give you this extra bit of information.
Oh, no, I believe he came to kill me, and then I talked my way into this information.
You didn't have to give him anything in return.
An assurance that we would destroy the camp, or at least take a significant dent out of the Black Lions.
And that's all.
Can I see if you saw the
Make an insight check.
Get him, bees.
Yeah, go get him.
Eight.
You don't get the impression that he's only... Alright. An extra bit of information. A little bonus, perhaps.
Are you okay?
I think so, yes. I didn't love that I had to let him know our mission, but I didn't know what choice we had. He seems very angry for obvious reasons at the Black Lions and understands that this is an opportunity to strike back in a way that the Redanian elves cannot.
Of course, we had to piss off one of the Redirans that had the least to lose.
Well, at least we're on the same page now, and it seems like we're fighting for the same side.
And did it seem like he was going to bring that back to his friends or keep it to himself?
Seemed like he was going to keep it to himself.
Because while Daldoon appears to be in a weakened emotional state, not all of his friends share that sentiment.
I'm honestly not sure if... Actually, did Daldoon say that only he knew that we took the map?
He didn't specify.
He didn't speak, yeah. I honestly don't know if they all know that we took the map, or if just he does. His tribe thought he was out hunting owlbears, and instead...
Well, it's not like he could keep it a secret even if he was the only one who knew anyways. They're all going to know this, but there's no
Skid's
map.
going to know.
Well,
Eventually.
they might not know it was us, but at the very least, they don't know that he gave us further information. They don't know that he is in some way rooting for us.
Well, I doubt they all know at this particular moment. I don't think they would have let Daldoon come alone to talk to us in the middle of the night.
I agree.
So,
And it seemed like we were indeed alone.
I'd rather be more than an hour away from the Redanian camp.
We should push forward.
I agree.
right. She starts to prep.
How
the
far
horse.
to Mukmu now, Julian?
Well, hopefully we should be at least within the outskirts of city limits by the end of the day.
Wonderful.
Good.
All right.
Back on the horses.
She ties it up.
As I kind of get my stuff together and come over to a horse, I'm gonna give you this. I think that you may have better use of this than I.
Didn't I just? Oh wait. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Hopefully I'll be able to learn it.
Didn't you just what? Oh, you thought
It was gonna be a dumb question.
Oh, like
But I
preparing
answered
it, but
in
yeah.
my brain. Yep.
And your journey up the Pucara resumes. You guys move through the trees. You get back to the river. So the
Who's doubled up?
flowing of the river. Jillian took a horse by herself.
She would.
Maybe when I gave you that thing,
Okay.
get on the horse with me.
Hold
Are
her
you
up
saying
and-
you went to
Yeah.
ride with me?
Please.
Orba is the eye of everyone's affection.
Please.
She jumped on my horse, man.
I'm riding alone.
I'm in front. And
Guys
I'm on the back, yeah.
are wrap her arms around you.
She can't really see in front of you. You have disadvantage on perception checks.
That is fair.
You could basically take a nap on the back, no more.
And the familiar rushing of the water kind of drowns out some of the chirping from behind you and snapping of twigs from the creatures moving in the forest. And a bit of time passes, and you guys move along the Pucara here. And Jillian's spirits seem to be up a little bit. She's got the map. She feels like you're getting relatively close to Mukmu. She's feeling like this sort of leg of the journey is reaching its sort of logical conclusion to this point. And you can tell she has a little bit of renewed energy when she spoke about how close she was to Mukmu, because since she's been kidnapped, this is going to be the first civilization that she's really gotten to.
jeez.
That's crazy.
She slept at Blom's house, which was
Yeah.
not unpleasant, but yeah,
When you
she
say
hasn't.
that's civilization.
Yes, no. Not civilization. And a little time passes, and you start to see the next sign of life along this trail.
Okay.
It's a group of perhaps 6 people on foot, not wearing any immediately identifiable garments. They're not black and red, shredded. They don't look like Redeer and elves. Though they do all appear to be human. And they're moving down the path, and you can see them coming in the opposite direction. They're sort of coming down. You get a good look at them pretty far away because the river sort of opens up your sight lines.
Recognizing him?
No, they have no identifiers that I can detect. But we are getting very close to the outskirts of Mukmu. There's a lot of farmers, shepherds, fishermen. They don't have carriage or horses, so I doubt they're traveling from very far away.
Do they look armed?
Make a perception check.
Talking to herself.
Let me check.
Oh. Cocked.
That's kind of cocked.
Yeah.
I would say, yeah, we roll it.
Okay. I like both of them.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Graven!
How dare you?
7.
It's hard to tell from here.
Well, there you go.
They shouting distance or speaking.
You can
distance.
get a little closer, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
you can go
not
closer.
yet, but yeah, you can rise. And I mean, if Jillian doesn't appear worried, they're walking along the path. And as you get close, it appears to be 5 men in leatherish armor, simple leather armor, and there's a woman at the front that's sort of leading this group. And she has kind of a bandana and a large skirt that's like multi-layered, and there's sort of some jangling jewelry that's sort of a loose-fitting tunic on top.
I like it.
And they get a little closer to you, and then the woman kind of grabs 2 of the men, and it looks like she like whispers in the ear of one and tells him something, and then to the other one whispers something in his ear. And they get into a kind of a little bit of huddle. And then when they come out of the huddle, they kind of spread themselves out along the path, like whereas before they were traveling close shoulder to shoulder, they spread themselves out, so it makes it difficult for you to maybe pass through. And you're getting close to 100 feet, less than 100 feet. You guys are getting close. You wave at them.
Greetings, travelers.
Hello?
Any news from Mukmu?
And they kind of give each other a look, and a couple of the men kind of look to the woman. And she whispers something. Make a perception check.
Mm-hmm.
Orba's peeking out from behind Graven.
So?
Anything?
What's happening?
21.
Nice.
So you can see a couple things. First of all, they do appear to be armed. They're not like drawn weapons, but they have simple weapons. Look, a couple of them have bows on their backs. A couple of them have scabbards with short swords, presumably some kind of simple bladed weapon. And you can hear the woman. She's not whispering, but she's sort of saying in a sort of hushed tone, "You see, armed travelers on the backhand road, just like I said." And you hear one of the men speak back to her. "You said it was elves." "I said there was an elf. What do you call that?" And she points to Erland up on the horse.
Do I see her point at me?
Yep, you do.
Is there any trouble we need know about?
"Get closer," and she pushes two of the men. Who kind of get closer. And as they do so, they don't draw weapons, but they put their hands on weapons.
Did I hear what they said, or did I just see them point at me?
You just saw them point as far as Graven and Jillian
Yeah.
are kind of up at the front, riding.
Please, please. We mean no harm. We travel.
Do I know these people?
Make a perception check. You don't know these people, but if there's something you notice about them.
Perception?
Yeah.
14.
14. Again, you don't recognize them, but they don't have an organized look to them. You do notice that about them. Like, the armor is not synchronized in any kind of color, shape, or form. This seems like a ragtag group of, you don't know. They don't look like experienced, seasoned fighters necessarily.
Great. Just to the group. I don't know why they're pointing at me. I don't know them.
They look like they're on edge. Is there anything we can help you with?
Where are you coming from?
Originally, Oranchupa in the south.
And the woman leans in.
Lies.
I hear that.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Are you addressing her
To
specifically?
her, yeah. Is there any reason why you would call us liars?
Because you're lying. I know what you are. And she seems to be kind of fading behind the men, like she takes a couple steps back behind them.
What do you suppose we are?
Get closer, and she pushes. And a couple of men, they get a little closer,
Can I help you? You keep pointing at me and looking at me.
and she pulls something out of her bag. It looks like it's a small parchment, like a piece of
Oh
parchment
shit.
that she unrolls. And she looks at it. And she starts to speak. And she points. I need everybody to make charisma saving throws.
What does that
throw.
mean?
We're gonna charm the hell out of them.
Okay.
I have 0 charisma.
Well,
Time to roll for some.
I'm so charismatic. Yes.
Who's
go
going
ahead.
first?
Go ahead.
Oh my, I'm obsessed with that.
Oh, Jillian just rolled.
14.
14. Fail.
6.
Fail.
Oh wait, I just forgot it.
14's a fail?
17.
Fail.
14.
Fail. So,
Oh, this is unreal.
as she points her hands out, you look to each other, and the men, Erland and Graven, their skin turns to a sickly pale blue, and their nails turn to a short, kind of jagged claw, and the eyes begin to swirl into this sort of pupilless void, and blood stains are smeared around your lips, sort of dripping down your chin. And the women, Jillian, Orba, and Beezaura, their hair shifts quickly to white, like fresh snow white. And their clothing takes on the appearance of tattered robes. And the skin around their eyes and mouth seems to peel back, exposing kind of rotted gums and cracked eye sockets. And you look around, but you feel no different. You don't feel as if anything has changed. In fact, you can look down and see changes, but you can't see your own face, but you can see everyone else looking different. And you hear the woman, "You see? Disguised undead, attack them!" And I need you all to roll for initiative.
What a bitch!
So you all currently look like undead creatures. And
Are
you're-
we on?
No, you can tell that you are not.
Just kidding. The whole
That's the
time.
twist in episode 20. We're all undead.
Oh,
So I need
Alright.
your initiative rolls.
oh, I just threw a die.
Yeah, you did. Go ahead first.
You got it.
Ooh.
That
No,
was-
I dropped it.
Ghostbuster.
Ghostbusters.
I got it. Roll move.
Do you have the initiative tracker?
He does.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm the
Was that a
worst
seeming
tonight.
spell? Shit.
Make an Arcana check.
How far
Yes, I
away?
would love to.
Do that.
How far away were they from
One
us?
second.
Oh, sorry.
Right there.
17.
It looks like the effects of a seeming spell. It's an
Okay.
illusion, so she hasn't affected you physically.
Nice!
Do I know what
I'm
that is?
so good at this.
You probably wouldn't recognize that.
Even though we got...
You can feel it on yourself.
Yeah.
Like you can feel that, like you have not been physically altered. It's an illusion.
Would I know if there's... Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, would I know if of what she would need to do to continue that spell?
I'll say Orba would know that given her Arcana check.
Okay.
It's not a concentration
It's not.
spell. Yeah.
Do I know of any way to like just dispel it?
It dispels when the person dispels it, or
Okay.
you dispel it using a dispel magic of some kind.
Right. Okay.
So you guys
You
are all
suck.
the river's here
Mine's not
on
good
your
either.
the river's on your left.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no like crit failure.
And does Orba tell us that like this is a spell? Like we're not.
She
allowed-
can
At the
shout,
moment, yeah.
But Seville's not here. I don't know what.
Man, we're not gonna be able to convince
outta
these
here.
people that we're not undead.
Well,
So
Well, we
there's.
could bleed.
Dude, what?
We could bleed.
Cut me.
Will
not-
that get
it's
around
not
the seeming?
ideal.
Will it get around the seeming?
I mean, if you bleed blood. Yeah.
Oh, let's go to Basil Cam. Is that up there now?
What was happening?
yes.
Yeah.
So they were like 5, 10,
Oh,
15, 20, 25 feet away from you.
Tortel says, seeming spell away my love handles.
I told you, chat's very funny today. I love it.
True.
I'm just not laughing because I'm
Bows.
stressed.
What's happening?
The woman.
Sorry.
Okay,
we all rolled up?
Yes.
All right, 20 to 25.
20.
Oh my goodness! 15 to 19.
19 is the woman. We'll just call her woman.
No, she bitch.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Sure.
Desperate.
I'm an 18.
Oh wow.
Man, I don't want to kill these guys. I mean, I guess we're just
Whatever.
not this or whatever.
Whatever.
15 to 19, nobody else? 10 to 14?
10.
12 was, we'll say thugs.
Oh, they're
All
all
of them?
They all in
No,
one unit?
these 3 are the thugs, the ones in
Thug
the
1,
front.
Thug 2, and Thug
That
3.
seem to be using melee weapons,
Or
like
those-
short swords.
Are there archers?
Yes, there
Okay,
are archers in the
pumped.
back.
Do
Oh,
they
let's do
each
this.
get a thing?
The archers are a separate
I haven't
thing.
done it yet.
But are they each one or are they a unit? Is that making sense?
Like, do they all act at the
Rather
same
there not
time?
be
Yes.
archers.
Yeah, they all act.
Oh,
All
okay.
the thugs act on one,
Yeah.
and we'll say archers are their own separate thing.
Right.
Where are we at? In
10 was the last
Yeah.
one. So 5 to 9?
9 is archers.
Okay.
Erland, what the heck?
I'm present.
And then 0 to
Standing
5.
tall.
I had a 3.
Oh, okay.
Oh, good.
And Jillian had a 4, sorry, before you.
Thanks, guys.
So, this is going to be tricky to visualize. You guys are on horseback.
Oh my god, that's right.
yeah,
Erland
what's our
and
movement
Orba
speed?
are on one horse.
No, it's
No.
Graven.
Oh yeah,
and
Graven and
Orba.
Orba are on this horse. So we'll have to finagle it.
Yeah.
We'll see if Beezaura's back.
Do you get advantages when you're on horseback attacking someone?
So you don't get an advantage on your attacking. However, the horse gets its own movement that you get to decide because you're controlling it. It has 60 feet of movement for free on your turn. So you can still move and attack in addition to the horse's movement. So you could theoretically move 100 feet and still attack something.
Run away.
And getting off a horse is probably uses
Takes
like
half
your movement.
half your movement.
Okay.
Just getting off the horse. Also, you can be knocked off your horse by an attack if you fail to stay.
Not me, I'm so big.
Can you do all things that you can normally do on a horse attacking?
Pretty much, yes. What are you thinking?
I
Of
can
something
flail
specific?
I mean,
someone
like
on a
things
horse?
because I have like a lot of sort of
Let me
one
go.
versus two-handed attack and abilities that involve an extra hand.
Oh wow. Oh whoa.
Like, does it require that I'm holding a quarterstaff and like the horse?
Not
or I
necessarily.
can-
You can pull up and
do
Yeah.
other fun stuff.
yes.
Great.
That's a good question.
Great. Everything's awesome.
Horse, I'm dead.
All right. Who's up?
It's Graven.
All right. What are you doing? So you're on this horse with Orba in this space. I'll have to fudge kind of the.
Yeah. There's no reasoning with these people. We're gonna have to attack them.
I mean, you can look out and you see these frightened faces. I mean, they watched you, in their eyes, transform into undead
Yeah.
before their very eyes.
someone who doesn't have experience with magic of that kind would have no idea what just happened. If they were common working folk.
Oh, they don't know that she could maybe do that.
Maybe they don't know that she can do that.
You go straight for her. All right, I'm gonna.
Take the baby down.
So half my movement is 15.
Mm-hmm.
Can I jump off the horse and reasonably get to her?
5,
Get
10,
to her.
15. It would not get you all the way
I
there.
wouldn't get all the way there.
No.
Okay.
You could ride the horse closer before you get off.
Well.
Yeah, I guess Orba would be
Do
nice
what
and
you
close.
have to do. Orba would say, do what you've got to do.
I'm gonna jump off the horse
Okay.
and say, take the reins and come over. Let's say 5, 10, 15.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go right there, and I will cast a sacred flame in
Okay.
her face.
Sacred flame to the face.
Kind of at the same time giving the 5 guys we don't wish to harm you. And
Sure.
throw the flame at her.
Does he stop?
Target
Except he sees a ghoulish figure reach its
Yeah.
claws out and
Yeah.
say, "We don't want to harm you." It doesn't change your voice,
pulling a real
but-
Safira here. Target must make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. On her, correct?
Yeah, on her.
12.
It's the same as mine.
She passes.
Great. So nothing happens.
Oh, no damage?
Nope.
Okay.
Yep, that's it.
Okay. So and she kind of ducks out of the way. The light goes by. Who's up?
It's woman.
Great. So you see her. She pulls out the scroll that she sort of held in her hand as she cast a spell, disintegrated into the air. It looked like it was a spell scroll.
Yeah.
But this time she pulls out a small, looks like a leather-bound journal, like a little book. And she opens it. She kind of flicks it open, and she casts a spell. And it looks like she immediately goes into a blurring sort of sensation around her as she quickly. And she moves off with crazy speed, and she heads out into the woods. So she's out there. She's just not immediately here. She just ran into the woods.
How many feet? I'm
So
assuming it's her max movement.
so she probably ran 60 feet because you would recognize the spell. Expeditious Retreat gives her a free dash action.
Yeah.
So she ran that, and then her additional, and then a dash on top of that. So she ran 90 feet in that direction, possibly.
Got it.
Up to 90 feet in that direction.
Okay.
Who's next?
It's me. Orba, that pissed her off so much.
Orba, change yourself, make yourself look like yourself.
No, I'm busy. And she takes off on the horse towards that loser.
woman?
The woman,
Okay.
yeah, she's a loser.
Okay, so you're on this horse.
Yeah.
Where are you headed?
Max distance.
Just right in front of her.
30. I mean, you can head off more into the woods.
I want to get within 30 feet of her.
So the forest becomes difficult terrain for the horse because it's large.
Okay.
So you can keep riding into the woods, but you don't catch up to her.
But if I dismount, can I approach her?
You can't get close enough to her. What do you mean?
Like I can't get off my horse and walk where she just walked?
Sure, but you won't get all the way up to her.
Right, I want to
Yeah.
get within 30 feet of her.
Yes, you can do that.
I can do that?
Yeah.
All right. Can I, as a
Orba jumps off.
as
You're
a
sort of in the woods.
bonus action or whatever, can I get the lead of the horse around the thing really quick as I
That will
dismount?
not be a free action. That takes too much time.
Okay. Yeah, Orba leaves the horse and casts Maximilian's
Kind of at
Earthen
the edge
Grasp.
of the...
Yeah. And casts Maximilian's Earthen Grasp into a space next to the woman.
Sure.
And goes
It's
to.
gonna be a lot of conceptual.
That's okay. Yeah, sorry.
It's a-
And goes to smack that bitch.
What is the
It's a strength saving throw.
strength saving throw? 13
Tie is a pass.
is a pass.
Oh, she passes.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Does the hand remain there?
The hand does. I think they still take damage.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, I think they still take half of my 2d6.
Okay.
So it goes to smack her in the face. Oh wait, what am I doing? 2d6. Yeah, it was.
It's also a fun roll.
7 halved rounded down.
3 damage.
Yeah.
Great.
Great.
So you see it kind of erupt out of the ground, and she steps, but it kind of nicks her on the way, and it kind of see it hit her.
Where do you think you're going?
Go on.
Okay, I'm done. That's thugs.
Thugs. Okay, so they sort of, seeing the undead creatures approaching them quickly, are going to strike out at the closest ones. These two are going to go up to Graven. Both make an attack. We'll save that one first. 20 to hit. Not natural 20, 20.
Yeah, that hits.
You take 8 bludgeoning, slashing damage. So cuts at you. And the other one makes an attack. 12 to hit.
12 misses.
Great. So and then misses.
8 you said, right? 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this one runs right up to Jillian, and her horse is going to take a swipe at her. 16 hits. I'm going to write Jillian down. So he kind of slashes at her, and she has to make a... She passes. Great. So she gets cut on the leg, but she does manage to kind of pull the horse out of the way, and it kind of... So she stays upright on the horse. That's the thugs.
All right, BZ.
Okay, I'm all in the back, right?
Yeah, but the horse can travel a good distance.
Right, and you said the horses, what do they count as if you travel on them?
60 feet of speed to travel on them.
Okay.
And then you can hop off if you want to get closer somewhere. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess I'm the closest to that thug that just went after
This
Jillian.
one after Jillian, yeah.
Yeah, so I'll go up to him.
Great. And you can stay on the horse if you want. You can swing down at him.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to just like take the flail, just
Right.
like right down it, like swing and
Make an
whip.
attack roll.
19.
That hits. Roll for damage.
It's probably more than that because
Oh yeah, no, that's true. I just got too excited over the 19. 23.
23 damage?
No.
The 23 hits. 23
Yes,
hits.
that
Yeah,
definitely
yeah.
hits.
And then the 8 is this guy?
That is an 8.
6.
Great. So, kind of hits him on the way by. And it sticks into his leather armor, and you kind of pull it out.
Ooh.
Alright. Anything else? You can also use any of your things, or...
Nah, I'm good.
Okay.
Archer.
The archers. Okay, so the two of them,
So-
they kind of take a step back, and both of them just kind of... And one of them is going to fire at Beezaura here in the front.
Yeah, that's right. Give me your best shot.
16 to hit.
Nope.
Great, so... And she puts up the shield, and it sticks into the shield. And the other one's going to fire at Erland there. Natural 20.
Don't like that as much.
Wow.
This gets better and better.
Tonight is a disaster.
Which hits.
D10?
That's right.
I hate that we're on fire right now. I hate it.
I knew it was gonna.
Does that?
Yeah.
It's 12 damage, 12 piercing damage.
Great. Rolling my 1d10 to deflect it.
Great.
7
You know what it means?
plus 5. How much did you say it was?
It was a 12.
It reduces to 12. It reduces 12 damage.
Okay.
Right, so 2010 plus my dexterity modifier, which is 9, plus my monk level, which is 3, which is 12. Great.
Okay.
So it goes down to 0.
Nice.
You better believe Erland catches it and throws it right back at the... Wait, so she's way further away than 60, right?
The
lady.
archer?
No,
yeah,
lady.
she's well beyond that, yeah.
Great, so yeah, I'm throwing it right back at the archer that...
Throwing the arrow.
right back at it. So I get
That's
to...
amazing.
Wow.
A key point. If you reduce the damage to 0 and have a free hand, you can spend 1 key point to make a ranged attack as a monk weapon.
Sure.
So what do I do?
So it's going to use your dexterity modifier plus 2, which is your proficiency, is going to be your attack roll. So make an attack roll.
Okay. Weird.
All this happens.
So it's an 8 plus
Plus
my
your monk, plus your dexterity modifier,
10.
plus your proficiency, which is 2. So
Great. So 12 to
12
hit.
hits. Roll for damage, and
Wow.
it's a 1d6 plus your dexterity modifier.
1d6
all
plus
That's
dexterity.
not nothing.
After all of that, 3 damage.
Oh my god. It was impressive.
It was pretty good. Great. You can throw it back.
But I want to stick in him a little bit.
Yeah,
so
sure.
that's
You
cool.
see it sticking out a little bit.
Ew.
He just walks around with it. It doesn't really hurt that much. He just like.
3 damage.
Shows it off.
But you also didn't take 12 damage. That's what you really spent the key point.
No, that doesn't require a key point. Just deflecting
just
is
throwing it
just
back.
regular.
Yeah.
Throwing it back takes the key point.
Wow.
Oh, that sucks.
Oh, you actually.
Thanks for
suck.
your comment.
Yo, he has an arrow sticking out of him now.
Whatever helps. Are both archers done? Or
Uh,
all the archers done, I mean?
yeah, because one shot a Beezaura and missed.
Yeah, okay,
Yep,
so
that's
it's Jillian.
Great. So Jillian's gonna riding up on the horse, and she's gonna just make a swing. She sort of takes out this little scimitar, tries to get him. That definitely hits. And great. So takes a slash. She deals 4 damage
Nice.
to that one. Great. Great. So you see sort of cut come out, and the scene is sort of chaos. These sort of seeming undead figures clashing with these humans riding on horseback. I mean, you can see why they're sort of terrified by the events taking
Can
place.
we see kind of by size, like who's who? Of each
You had
other?
a general idea of where everybody was when the fight started. Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, I would say for the most part you.
But
know
Beezaura
yourself.
looks like a tiny
still
little
tiny.
old nasty lady.
Yeah, she looks like a tiny banshee kind of looking
Okay.
thing.
I haven't changed at all. Just a tiny little nest.
Great.
Erland?
Erland.
Okay, so in order to get to the sorcerer lady, or whatever she is, so I can ride my horse how far?
60 feet.
So I guess that's over to just where Orba is.
Yeah, you would get pretty close to her. I don't think you have enough to get all the way to her. You could probably get within 30 feet of her, given how far she's gone.
If without using dash, for example.
Yes, without using your dash, yes.
Cool. Boy, oh boy. So I am going to, at the very least,
Yeah.
ride my horse over to where Orba left her horse.
Yep.
Until it gets to the edge. And then I'm going to hop off. And I'm going to...
So remember, that did take half of your movement.
So that takes half of my
It
movement.
takes 20 feet of movement to hop
Great.
off
So
the
then
horse,
I'm going to go an extra 20 feet.
Okay.
And
So
how far-
you headed off into the woods.
How far away from her am I now?
Probably 50 feet.
I'm 50 feet away from her?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I am gonna simply take a what's it called when you just take like a defensive?
Yeah. You can take a defensive stance.
What's that called?
Dodge.
Dodge.
Dodge
Yeah,
action,
and I'm just gonna sort of. I'm how long you say? 50 feet away?
Yeah.
Great. I'm going to walk 10 feet closer. Wait, I can't do that without. Never mind.
Without dash.
Yeah. Great. I'm just gonna take a defensive position there.
So is he standing like right next to me, basically?
So he's a little bit behind you because you got to within 30 feet of her, I think, and he's 50 feet away from her.
Right.
Yeah.
How did I get closer?
Because you, Erland's. Wait, no, you shouldn't have gotten closer. Well, I think something. in
She
the movement-
dismounted really well. She might
Uh,
not have used her movement on that.
yeah, you also might have ridden your horse further. Well, we'll stay with it for now.
Okay, just I
Yep.
wasn't sure.
Yep.
Just wasn't making sense. Okay. Are you done?
Yeah.
Graven,
Great.
top of the lineup.
We need a. Go ahead and think about what you're doing.
Okay. What's
You're not getting more characters, are
Well, I'm
you?
getting a separate.
Except for the forest.
Yeah. Where you sort of ran.
We need more greenery. We need more greenery.
I guess kind of embracing my freakishness. I'm gonna like scream in this guy's face as I swing my mace at him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Great. At the same one that
I think that Jillian.
Jillian attacked.
Yeah,
Great.
on my left, kind of.
Got it, yep.
Yeah. So mace attack. 22.
22
Nice.
hits. Roll for damage.
6. Yeah. 8.
Great. 8 damage. So you hear the sort of thud as the mace hits him. And he,
And I'm like,
yeah, it's a pretty terrifying sight.
yep.
Great.
That's it.
Woman. Okay, so she sort of seeing you guys approaching behind her. She's gonna continue to run. I mean, she runs another. And you see her going off. She runs another 90 feet away from you because she's running, dashing, and then the extra dash from Expeditious Retreat. So she's. We're all in crazy different worlds, but she's way out here.
90
And
feet
she
away?
doesn't have to be near us to have this spell keep going. I hate it. I hate it.
She's done?
Yep.
Alright, it's me. I think Orba's feeling a little stubborn, and she's gonna cast Chill Touch because that's a range of 120 feet. She's gonna create like a hand that pulls like out a rose at the back of her head.
Great. You can attack.
That's a 13.
13 hits. Roll for damage.
Okay. 1d8. Where are you, my friend? Yeah. 8 damage.
8 damage. Nice. So she feels the kind of chill and the like the claw rip at the back of her, and you can see her sort of visibly flinch.
Ah, gotcha!
Isn't she kind of tapped or something too? Or something?
She
No,
can't
that's
heal
only,
or something?
That's only for people that are the undead.
Doesn't it just
Unhit the
prevent you
target.
from healing?
Oh yeah. It can't regain hit points until the start of the next turn, and it clings to the target.
Got it.
Yeah.
Hey.
Great.
I don't know.
Okay.
She has a hand on
took
her
a bunch of
now.
damage. Great.
I got her, Erland. Thugs.
The thugs, yeah, they're kind of marred in the thick of this, and they're going to take a few swipes. One of them is going to attack Beezaura here. 18 to hit. Nope. So he goes in with the sword and sort of clangs off the shield. This one's going to attack Jillian. That misses, so he goes in and
Nice.
and then this one's going to
Scared
attack
the dookie out.
Graven. 15 to hit. Misses. Great. So another shield goes up, and you hear this sort of rattling and clanging as you guys are all sort of bunched up in this area. Who's up?
Me.
Go for it.
Sorry. I'm gonna try to finish off that guy near me, that thug.
Okay. The one between you and Jillian there?
Yeah.
Sure.
I like that. I'm just gonna wind it up again and give it to him.
Clock Anthony in the head one day.
22.
That hits. Roll for damage.
8, yeah. D8.
5.
Great. You hit him. 5 damage. Yeah. Great. Yeah. And you can see, I mean, a couple of these thugs are they're looking pretty beat up. One of them I don't think has been hit yet, but the two that have are looking really beat up.
Noise. Archers, if you're done.
Get finished yet? Yeah.
Nope, not yet. Okay, so the archers, they both, and they take another volley. One is going to be a Beezaura again. 13.
Nope.
13 hits. Another shield blow.
are just
And
out of
one,
control.
with Erland a little ways into the woods, he's going to fire at Erland there in the woods. 13 to hit.
13 misses.
13, so, and it kind of sticks into
You
a
don't
tree
even try to
trunk
catch
that
it,
it
you're
kind
just
of goes
like-
by.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all I got.
Alright, Jillian.
Jillian, great. So she's going to take a swipe at the one that Beezaura just hit, sort of seeing him kind of run down and bloodied. That hits. Oh, just roll a d20 for damage.
That'd be dope, though.
So she takes a slash with her saber, and he's not dead, but he looks like he's on the cusp there. Oops, that's wrong.
Finish him.
Erland.
How far away is from?
I
Can't do this.
Cannot ask this question.
How far away am I from her?
Oh my god.
130 feet.
130 feet.
You were 50, and she just ran 90 feet in the other direction.
She is running.
150. So okay, so I can go 40 and I can go 80, and then I could go 120. So she's moving how far every time?
90 feet. Assuming she keeps traveling, straight through with it.
Yeah. Erland's gonna run after her.
Okay.
He's gonna go 40 feet, and then he's gonna
Yep.
use a dash action and go another 40 feet.
And Orba sees Erland kind of
Now how far away from her? So that's 80 feet?
30. So she was 50 plus 90, 130. And how far did you travel?
I just ran
120?
80.
80, yeah, okay. So she's 50 feet away.
And she's been moving how far each time? Sorry?
90.
So she could be 140 from you again next time.
So she's 50 feet away from me. I'm gonna use... this is so dumb. I'm gonna expend a key point and use Step of the Wind and run another 40 feet, so I'm within 10 feet of her.
She can hear you coming up on the back. So yeah, you're 10 feet away from her. So now Orba's kind of in the middle, and Erland and her he's 10 feet away from her there. And you guys are significantly away from the
Yeah.
group. You can barely still hear the sort of clanging of weapons on the side of the river.
Okay.
Please don't kill me.
Top of the lineup.
Who are you attacking?
Swing the mace at the same guy again.
So that one, that's not the one Beezaura and Jillian have been like beating up on. Yeah,
No,
this one.
That one. The one that I hit last time.
Yep. I mean, he's looking pretty rough.
18 to hit.
18 hits. Roll for damage.
Okay.
Oh no!
3.
3. He just hit him and he got
close.
and he's sort of like a little stunned and dazed, but he's standing up there. And some low damage rolls. Yeah, he's up still.
Alright, woman.
Stare at him.
Alright, she is going to turn, and you see her reach a finger out, and a bolt of crackling energy goes flying out. 19 to hit.
19 hits.
You take 2 lightning damage.
Jesus. Just a little lightning scratch.
And she starts to run in the opposite direction, and this sort of arc of lightning maintains contact with you. So she's holding her hand and running in the other direction, but this kind of jewel of energy is pulsing through the air, and it looks like it's connected from her finger to you. And you're not sure what that means, but it was able to sort of connect onto you. And she runs, so it's a mid attack, and now she moves. So she moves, actually she can't to me.
What the hell are you guys smiling about?
I'm not smiling.
Okay.
I'm not smiling.
You both were.
Yeah, I saw it too.
Couple of liars.
So she's gonna run 20 feet, so she's only 30 feet away from you. She's
Good.
containing this bolt. So she ends her turn.
Okay, so
I'm gonna have to come get your body.
How far am I if I move my full speed?
So you
of
were
30 feet.
You were 30 away from her, and she moved 90, and now another 20, 110. How you're she's
Fuck.
she's
How far?
140 feet away from you.
If I move my full distance?
No, that's what she is away
Oh,
from
okay.
you before you move.
I'm gonna move
So what are you moving?
30 feet.
Great. So now she's 110. Is
Yep.
that right? Is that 140? Yeah.
And I'm gonna cast Chill Touch again.
Great.
That's a 17.
17 hits. Roll for damage.
Okay.
Okay.
Kill her, please.
4.
4 damage, great. So you see the sort of chill, and she's kind of breathing hard, and she's maintaining this bolt of energy that's kind of pulsing. She's still alive.
Yeah, can I like go to her a little and just be like, come and get me?
Sure. I mean, you're sort of yelling it. You're still far away from. You're 110 feet away from her. Come and get me.
Yeah. Okay.
And you can see this like lit up in the middle of the woods. This like arc of lightning kind of pulsing through the trees.
Right. Right. Okay. I'm done. So that's the thugs.
Thugs. Okay. So they're sort of on their last legs here. They're
This
gonna give
guy.
Beezaura one more.
Come on.
17 to hit. Doesn't hit. So
Bye.
he sort of
Get out.
Yeah, come on.
he isn't able to get. Both of those two are gonna attack Graven.
Oh, wow.
9 to hit and 16 to hit.
9 misses, 16 hits.
16 hits. You take.
But I'm gonna.
Okay. Yeah. Fine.
Oh. Too late for warding flare, I think.
No, you can do it. You can do it after the attack roll.
Because what it does is it imposes disadvantage on the attack.
So he would have to roll again. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you can do it after the roll's been made.
Divine light.
Great. Sort of flash of light, and everyone in the area kind of like looks the other direction. 18 to hit. Well, it takes the other one anyway.
18
so-
hits.
Great. So.
Well, I guess it takes the 16.
Yeah, but it still hits, right?
Right.
You said
right,
those still
right,
hit.
right, right. Yeah.
You take 6 slashing damage.
Cool.
As he's sort of looking through the light, he kind of takes a wild
6
swipe.
damage?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And then third. Oh no, I did roll third one. He missed. Great. Who's next?
I'm finishing this guy
For the
off.
thugs, BZ?
I'm finishing it.
Great.
It's
Same guy.
happening. Natural 20.
Roll for damage.
He had like
Yeah. This guy is toast.
He sees the flail ball coming.
Oh, well,
Well, okay, so she doubles the roll.
dice. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's 2.
Plus the modifier.
so 4.
I mean, it goes hits and he slumps to the ground. I mean,
You straight up killed him too. Jesus.
Bye.
Yeah, would you say that he's dead or is he unconscious?
he's dead.
She killed him.
I hit him like 17 times.
Unless you declare it ahead of time, or it's a major character that might have saving throws.
Right.
It's assumed you kill
Good job.
them. Great. Who's next?
After BZ, it's archers.
They gonna shoot me
Archers.
again?
Great. Another. I mean, you've gone way into the woods, so they can't see you.
They
But
see
they're
their
gonna-
failed companion.
They're gonna take another volley. One's gonna go at Graven, one at Jillian. Graven, 19 to hit, I think actually maybe.
Oh
Yeah,
my goodness,
19 to
our
hit.
cleric.
And against Jillian, 6 to hit, misses. You take 3 piercing damage.
Okay, buddy.
Goes by, grazes you on the way by, draws a little blood. That was the archers.
Okay, Jillian.
Jillian. So she's actually gonna hop off the horse, and she kind of lands there next to, so she can get a better view of the other two. She's gonna take a hack at the one who's more injured. 19 definitely hits. And yeah, great. So Jillian kind of just takes a slash and cuts the guy's throat. There's sort of a splash of
Now,
blood.
is he dead? No.
And she gently sleep down.
Good night, sir.
Great. That's Jillian.
Erland.
If I were to try and pull on this lightning thing to bring her close to me, would that require an action?
It's not a physical. You can't grab onto
Okay.
it, as far as you can tell.
She's only 30 feet away from me. Let's do it up. I run 30 feet towards her, and I am hitting
Give her
her
the business.
with 2 hands of my quarterstaff,
Great.
non-lethal.
Okay.
Oh.
Rip that thing, baby.
Can I actually non-lethal and towards her midsection so that she maybe drops her spellbook? Can I do that? Can I aim it towards her chest?
There's no really aiming per se that's built into the roll.
Okay, that's cool.
Because it's assumed that she might drop
Okay,
it out
cool,
of the way
cool,
or
cool.
something.
Yeah.
She's
so this is-
pregnant.
You gave her a good.
I hated that.
I'm rolling.
Roll before he says something else.
20 to hit.
That hits.
Ooh, yeah,
Roll
that
for
big
It was a
gone.
two-handed quarter-staff
Hit that
attack.
D.
Where's my D8 at? Great, non-lethal
That was
again.
gross.
Sure.
4 bludgeoning damage.
Great. You hit her.
Rain the baby man.
She's still up?
Yep, she's still up.
Great. I am going to use Flurry of Blows. I'm going to expend a key point and use Flurry of Blows.
Oh, she also you strikes her, and you can see kind of her finger waver a little bit with the lightning. She's
Oh,
gonna make
nice.
a concentration
Yeah.
save, which she does. 15.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
So the lightning sort of stays.
Me after here. 1, 2 minute unarmed attacks. Great. So here we go. 14 to hit.
14 hits.
I'm shaking.
What is
I'm
this
so
do?
unhappy. So it does 3 bludgeoning damage,
Great.
and
She rolls concentration again. 15.
Stop it. Stop.
what does being not prone do again? Remind me.
Knocked prone. Well, you have to spend movement to get up, so it delays your movement. And it also, you get advantage on attacks if someone's prone.
Great,
If you're
and
in
she has to make a dexterity saving throw or be knocked prone.
Or be knocked prone. 8.
I don't know, how does that work? It's a dexterity saving throw.
It's against your. It doesn't say there on it.
It
what
says, must succeed a dexterity saving throw or be knocked prone.
Yep. Give me 1 second. I've got your thing.
Do you have a thing like mine? Right here. Like a.
Yeah, it's got your saving. 13 is the DC, so she fails. Yeah.
So she's knocked prone.
Yeah, and she gets knocked.
And
prone.
she's down, so I'm going to take my second attack on her, and I get advantage on that.
God.
Yes, you have advantage on this attack.
Non-lethal, yeah, thank you, non-lethal.
Takes 2 non-lethal punches.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
20 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage.
Dude.
Oh my god.
And that is 6 bludgeoning damage.
Great.
Wow.
As you kind of Peter's gonna make another, and she fails. So as she goes down, and you give her the third strike, the bolt kind of disappears back up to her
Yes.
finger, as it seems like the spell sort of got interrupted there.
So then,
She's still alive. But
so then, she's already knocked prone. She can't be knocked prone again. So then she just can't. She can't take a reaction until her next turn.
Great.
Also, and I'm just.
Finally.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna. I'm gonna actually move. I'm going to move. Well, if I move away from her, she can't take a reaction against me, right?
Yeah, she cannot.
Great. I am going to move, and if she gets, and she's, oh man, should I move? Is there any advantage to staying next to her in combat for purposes like?
You would get an attack of opportunity if she tried to get away from
Okay,
you.
great. Yeah, then I'm going to stay right there.
Okay, great.
Well done.
Great.
Wow.
Great.
Nobody can see it, but
Yeah,
Erland
yeah.
I can see it.
Yeah, you can
I'm going,
We can sense that something good is happening.
God, I'm so stressed. I'm so
all right, great.
Graven.
Sorry. I was doing Erland.
Relax.
I can just sense that things are going so well in the woods, and it brings a fire into me, and I take another swing at this guy with my mace. 20.
That hits. Roll for damage. These are some good attack rolls.
I know,
Has anybody
I know.
missed yet?
Finally.
Don't forget.
5 damage.
Great. You give him a good
job.
as it hits him on the side.
That's
Great.
the first time this guy has been
Yeah,
hit.
that was the other two. Got. Yeah.
And I'll just scream at him again.
Who's up?
Woman.
Woman. All right. So she's gonna get up out of prone. She's gonna sort of push Erland a little bit away and get up. So that takes half her movement. And she's gonna step back away from him. So we're sort of shifting the plane here. He's gonna get an attack of opportunity.
Further away from where I am, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Further in the opposite direction.
Is my attack of opportunity with a quarterstaff, or is it with?
Yeah. If you're holding
Great.
a course.
Yeah.
Oh.
7 to hit.
7 misses. Great. So she gets up and she kind of scoots herself away, and the quarterstaff goes wide. And she is going to cast. Make sure I have the right thing up here. Great. So she's gonna another crackle of lightning goes out. 8 to hit.
8 misses.
Great. So it kind of goes wide, and a piece of bark goes flying off a tree as the lightning bolt goes. And she's gonna continue her movement. So she took half her regular movement to get up, so she can still, and she used an action to attack, so she can still use her expeditious retreat. So she moves another 30 feet the other way.
Jesus.
Because that's a bonus action of hers. So you're kind of like there. There's no water there, but you're 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, 30, yeah. It's about that.
Oh my god.
And she's running.
All right, Orba. 30 feet. I'm moving 30 feet
Great.
closer. Am I within 120 feet?
Yeah, because she didn't move all that much. Yeah, you're probably now 90 feet away from her.
Okay, as I'm like revving up.
Might be a little more than that.
Erland, am I killing this woman?
Sure.
Chill touch.
Great.
Because you can't do non-lethal, right?
No, I cannot. That is a 24 to hit.
24 hits.
Suck it. What is it? One.
She's a killing machine.
She's kind of breathing, and she sees the sort of ball of energy.
It's a 1.
It's a 1.
1 damage. Can
So-
I like aim it at her ankle or something and like hold her ankle or like to get
Yeah,
her
it
to
hurts
maybe
her
trip
ankle.
or something? I hate you.
It doesn't. You can't like knock her prone or
Yeah.
anything using that.
I sprained my toe.
Was that chill touch or ray of frost?
That was chill touch. Ray of
Great.
Frost only has 60 feet.
Great. Great. So, and she feels it, and you can, as she does that, she moves a little bit, and her robes kind of move, and you can see there's a healing potion on her belt. She can't use it because she can't heal thanks to chill touch.
Yeah, that's right. Sucker bitch. I'm so mad at this woman. All right, I'm done.
She's
Great.
crazy.
Thugs.
Thugs. The thug singular
Oh, yeah.
is gonna take a swing at Graven.
We're like in
11 to hit.
Misses.
Great. This one guy has swung at you like 9 times. He's like,
Yeah.
I think they're
so kind of hits at you. That's it.
Okay,
Alright.
it's BZ.
Where's the thug?
Right here.
Okay, I'm gonna go up to him and
Right.
take a.
The thug, not the archers.
Yeah, let's get that thug in
Okay.
there.
You're still on the horse?
Yeah, why not?
Sure.
I'm working out.
Yeah, you go attack roll.
Sorry. 15.
15 hits. Roll for damage.
Yes.
Ooh.
10.
Oof, not quite, but he and you see like a piece of skin go flying off as it kind of rips in.
Ugh.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he looks rough already, even with just the sort of one big whack there. And Graven.
Trainer. Archers.
Archers, great. So with all of this happening kind of up close, they're gonna try and spread, and they are gonna step back a little bit and take another volley. Beezaura's close. That one's gonna attack Beezaura. 21 to hit.
Oh damn, girl!
No, he hit me.
6 piercing damage. It sticks in you. And also make a strength saving throw. Because you might get knocked off your horse.
Saving throw. Is that a 20?
Yeah.
And then
These guys here
Oh, this
saving
one.
throw.
Oh, sorry, dexterity saving throw, not strength saving. Sorry.
darn it. 12.
12, great. So you wobble a little bit, but you pull
There you
yourself
go.
back on the horse. Yeah, you don't
Tough
fall off the
girl.
horse.
I still take 6 though, right?
Yeah, you still take it. And that
saving.
other one's gonna fire at Graven. 9 to hit.
Miss.
Goes wide. Great.
Jillian.
Jillian's up. And Jillian is gonna attack the thug. 4. So she goes in, and the guy kind of like, after getting wobbled back by Beezaura, kind of, and the sword flings in front of him. What's up?
Erland?
What would grappling her do? Like, what would tackling her do?
She would have to break from the grapple.
And would that be? She could still use her movement and all that other stuff. Though,
If she
yeah?
broke from it, yeah.
Okay. She's 30 feet away from me.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm using my 40 feet of. I'm going to run up to her and two-handed quarterstaff attack to the face, non-lethal.
This map
I guess
is
to the
moving
chest.
with us.
Yeah.
It's a theoretical moving forest.
Orba's just in a void.
We're in a conceptual
They're like
space.
200 feet
We're
away
in
from us
Mukmu.
at this point.
Yeah, they're on. You can hear the sounds of the Lakeside Inn.
Yeah, right?
I know. I was like, we're
13 to hit.
13 hits.
You're in Mukmu.
Yeah.
We made
Yeah,
it
she's
here
not like armored or anything.
with this woman
No.
so
Population of
annoying.
30.
5 bludgeoning damage.
What's she
Great.
thinking?
Anything else?
I'm using my martial arts to do one unarmed attack as well.
Great.
Oh my god. 11 to hit.
11 misses. Fuck. Great, so you're going for the. Yes, she is taking a lot of damage. I mean, she's breathing hard and she's bleeding, and you can see some of the like bruising on her arms and on her chest.
I need to get in there.
Let me just count this at her damage. Great. Yeah, I mean, she looks rough. She looks really rough. Anything else?
Oh, sorry.
That's all I can do.
Okay.
Bring the mace down on the thug's head. 12.
12 hits. Roll for damage.
Oh, good.
Yeah, they have
4 damage.
4. Great. Boom, and it comes down and kind of hits him right on the neck, and he kind of collapses to the ground.
Yeah! Good job.
And then I'm just gonna turn and like show the blood on my mace to the archer and point at him.
Oh,
And kind of,
oh my god.
He like can't get the thing off. He's like,
all right.
It's the woman.
All right. So she again is going to try and move out of the range of Erland. So make a attack of opportunity.
11 to hit.
11 misses.
Yeah, it does.
So she's going to move 90 feet away from you.
90 feet!
She's not prone,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, she's not prone. So
She's
you're
just
now.
run away.
She's just running.
bye.
You see her run out. She doesn't try to attack right. She uses every bit that she has to get away. That's all she's doing.
It's Orba.
All right.
I am too far, aren't I? If I move 30 feet forward? Do I have
If you only
120
move-
feet range?
No. I don't think so. You made an attack last round.
Yeah,
For
almost
like
at max
110
distance.
out,
Yeah.
yeah.
So she just moved an extra 90.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. Yeah. I mean I'm gonna dash and everything to get 60 feet closer, but that's it. That's all I can do. Right?
Okay.
That's max anything. Max movement is 60 for me, right? Dash?
Yeah, if you're
Yeah.
not using anything externally.
No, that's
Right.
it. I'm just gonna try to
So
stay close.
you're 90, 1, 2, so you're 140 feet away from her right now.
Okay.
Okay.
That's insane.
That's it.
There's no thug.
Thugs are dead.
Thugs are dead,
Me.
easy.
I'm gonna go to one archer.
All right, which
Yeah,
one do you
right
want?
Are any of them hurt?
Yes. This one Erland threw an arrow at a while
Oh.
back. So
Then no
it has a little nick.
I'll get the fresh guy. I don't care.
Fresh guy it is.
Hot and
I'm
fresh.
gonna run up and just go for the head.
Make an attack roll.
Should have gone for the head.
21.
21 hits. Roll for damage.
3.
3 damage. Okay. So hits him and it kind of like the bow goes flying and he has to pull another arrow out of his quiver as it knocks it out of his hand. All right.
Archers.
All right. So this one is going to take an attack with disadvantage because you're up next to it. So it's going to kind of try and aim at you up as you're on the horse. 7 to hit.
No way.
Right, so and he fires and it kind of goes off into the distance. And the second one's gonna make another attack on Graven as it he's like slowly keeps backing up and firing arrows. 18 to hit.
18 hits.
Great.
You take 7 piercing
I'm
damage.
gonna use Stone's Endurance.
Okay.
Use the reaction to roll a d12. Constitution modifier, reduce the damage.
Okay.
12.
So it's the D12 plus your Constitution modifier.
Yeah, which is +2. Four.
So you take 3 damage, 3 piercing damage.
How are you, friend?
The skin kind of.
Not great. Not great.
Okay.
Yep.
That's it. That's the archers.
Jillian.
Jillian, she's gonna run up. She's gonna see the one that's kind of taking pot shots at Graven there. She's gonna run up to him. She misses, so she goes up and sort of swings wide over the guy's head. That's it.
Erland.
How far away from him?
She's 90 feet away from you.
She is 90 feet away from me?
Yep. Because she was next to you and she used 30, 30, 30. She's pretty beat up. She's looking pretty gnarly.
And we're in a forest?
Yeah, you've been running through the woods this time.
We're in the forest.
my
And she's 90 feet away from me?
Yeah.
Check my math on this.
Come on, Plant Man.
Erland's sprinting 30 feet
Plant boy!
forward, headlong into a tree.
Right. And Orba can see him kind of like, and he kind of goes up to the tree and
Jumps
disappears
into a tree,
it.
and I'm appearing in a tree right in front of her.
Right. What's the distance on the tree stride?
60 feet.
60
So I did exactly 90 feet.
Yep.
I need to roll a.
Goes in and appears.
That's
up.
my sepsis level, so I need to roll.
Roll us a d12 there.
Jesus Christ.
I am literally shaking.
Yeah, you are.
It's okay.
D12.
Mm-hmm.
John's not happy. 4, my lucky number.
4. Great. So as you come out of the tree, you feel the sort of freedom from the tree and come out, and you can be like, you take a breath of air as you come out, but as you do so, your hands and your bones feel almost like soft and weak. Like it feels like they're crackling and almost like it feels even like touching fingertips, like there's a little bit of pain. Whenever you take damage of a physical type, which is slashing, bludgeoning, and piercing, you take 1 additional damage. So if you were
Just
to take
+1.
Yes, +1 to any time you take physical damage. And anytime you hit someone with an unarmed strike, you take 1 damage.
Less awesome.
Wow.
So because if you hit it, it sort of like hurts the bone.
Ah!
And that lasts until you're below your substance.
Yeah.
Hey.
Just took a nap, guys.
So, yeah, Erland needs another long rest now. So I'm next to her.
Yep.
Two-handed quarterstaff attack.
Right?
Let's go.
Non-lethal. 21 to hit.
21 hits, roll for damage.
Come on, man. Come on.
That does 10 bludgeoning damage.
Oh my god.
Whoa!
Well, you're not killing her, but you can describe the manner in which you knock. You might be a little. Oh no, you're.
No, he's
Okay,
there.
good.
So Erland, having sprinted into the tree, sprints out and just like jumps through the tree, quarterstaff like to her face, lands on her, so his like knees at her throat, knocks her out, and just is like on top of her.
And you go shove it into her, and her head goes back, and she like goes into unconsciousness.
Does she only have 1 healing potion on her?
That you can see, yeah.
I'm gonna. Do I have a second to search the body?
That takes an action to take.
Oh, so
yeah.
I'll just deal with this later.
Yeah, you can.
Or
next
can I?
turn.
I'll do it next turn. Then,
Yeah, it takes an action to investigate.
Great. So I'm just. So the end of my turn is just me looking very
Breathing on
sick
top
and
of her
breathing
head.
on her.
Right?
Like, did he do it?
Who's up?
That was Erland, so Graven.
Graven, yeah. There's just the 2 archers left. That's fine.
Gonna run straight up to the next to Jillian and take a
Come on,
swing at
Graven.
that
Yeah, when you,
Hot
when you
body.
get
So sweaty.
when you get the light, you get sweaty.
16 hit.
16 hits.
Yes.
Yeah. 6 damage.
Good job.
You run forward. He's got like arrows sticking in his body, and Graven goes forward and clobbers him, and this guy goes
Yes.
flying down.
Yes.
Good job. Good
Yes.
job.
Do I still have some movement?
You have 5, 10, 15. You have 10 feet of movement left. I think?
So I can't get over to the other guy?
Not all the way over there. You can get close.
I'll get close as I can.
I think actually 5, 10. Yeah, 15, 20, 25. You're 30, right?
Okay. And just
That's your movement, right?
screaming as I...
You actually did get up to him.
did the-
You're within 5 feet of him.
Oh,
Was
there.
there some-
Just screaming in his face.
Did the spell disappear now
Okay.
that she's unconscious, or are
It
they
has
still?
not.
Oh, it has not. That's unfortunate.
I know.
Let's-
Who's up?
Woman,
She's
but
unconscious?
she's unconscious. So Orba is gonna run her max distance to get closer to
You don't
Erland.
get all the way up there, but you get close. So now, yeah, everyone's like here with knocked down this person, and Orba's like getting close.
Yeah, like 30-something feet or something.
Yeah.
Uh,
Ran and dashed, yeah. I mean, you might be a little further, but there's no other threats.
Erland, I'm on my way. That was the coolest thing I've ever seen. And she's working her way there.
Right.
Beezy.
All right. Is this guy close to being done?
He has been hit once.
Is that the guy? Is that the guy threw an arrow at?
No, that guy died. Graven just as
I
well.
gotta get him out of here anyway, so I'm gonna go for it.
Right?
Whatever.
And this guy just sees her circling with the horse, and she's like swinging the flail.
Oh, not the best one. 12.
12 hits. Roll for damage.
Oh, great.
The archers are not very armored.
Yeah, they seem a little frightened. 10.
10 damage.
That's like a double.
You got 2 flails now?
Give him a good.
Cool.
And a piece of his armor kind of flakes off.
I think you could say his arm.
He can't fire the bow anymore.
He just throws it.
Okay, so the sad archer, he's gonna turn tail and run.
Wait, did you have more to say? Were you doing more?
What?
Dude,
Just
what are you
he's
gonna
not
do?
No. We'll keep going.
Okay.
Okay.
So the archer's gonna try and run, so both of you are
both
gonna
get
get
attack of
opportunity as
Oh,
soon
great.
here.
Yes.
That works.
Come on, my first...
I regret
7.
having bought
That
you
misses.
those.
17.
It hits. Roll for damage.
21.
Oh, 21, yeah, sorry. I keep forgetting to add when it's so high. 5.
5 damage. So he tries to turn and run, and Beezaura, turning with the horse once more, comes in with a... And the archer goes down.
Wow.
We did it.
And that...
Well, she's unconscious, but still we did it.
We did it.
We don't know. We don't know that, but
Let me just go back.
we still think.
Hey, we're gonna have a healing potion. It's okay.
And the ground settles. And Jillian's kind of panting next to one of the slain archers, Graven and Beezaura. Beezaura still sort of moving the horse. And Jillian immediately goes over. She starts to grab one rope of one horse. She grabs another one. She's trying to like calm the horses down a little bit.
Because we still look like undead.
Yeah?
Oh wow.
This filthy curse. How do we get rid of this? Where are they? We've got to get to the...
Let's find them. And
Let's
Jillian
go.
starts to tie up the horse, one of them. So she's like, yeah, we're not using this, but she's tying the horses up kind of near trees near the woods.
Yeah.
So
Should I stay on mine? Is that okay?
it's difficult to navigate through the
Okay,
trees.
I'll tie
So
it
you could do it slowly.
I'll
or
tie it up.
Okay, yeah, so you tie it. And you guys
Take
are
off in the direction that we
Let's
saw
go.
them
And you
go.
can hear Jillian calling, I don't want to yell, but she's like, Erland! Orba!
Orba's doing all of this at once. She's screaming over here, and taking out her manticles. Manticles? Why do I always want to say manticles? Like it's a manticore.
Like a manticore?
With manticles on.
A manticore manacles? Those would be big.
That'd be
Where
awesome.
did you get manacles?
I've had these since like episode 2.
Took them from
Manacles?
like the underground thing? Is that where they were? Like, the
That's
Yeah.
right, because
Yeah.
I said that they were fuzzy or something.
Yeah, you did. Manacles and a scimitar. She like jumps down on this woman and like without a key, can you connect the manacles? Like I'm assuming they weren't.
Yeah, you can like clasp them together and like screw a little bolt.
Yeah.
So it would be difficult to get out of them.
Yeah,
it would be very difficult to get out.
She's gonna do that and then like have her scimitar ready and out.
Great.
And she
Search her help me search her, so search the body.
Yeah.
You pat her down. You find a little leather journal. Make an Arcana check.
Oh, treats.
It's a 24.
Ooh.
So you flip through quickly, and it's a spell book.
Take it.
And it has the spells Witch Bolt.
So excited.
Only she knows this, right?
Yeah, she's
Well, we're both there.
Only this is useful to her.
Right.
Witch Bolt,
Witch bolt,
Mage Armor,
mage armor.
and Expeditious Retreat. Those are the 3 spells it has in it.
Okay. Great.
So you find those.
Yeah.
Oh wait. Oh no, that is the first level. I was making because you can't learn cantrips out of a spell book. I didn't know if Expeditious was a cantrip.
No, it's
not.
a level
First,
1.
yeah. So those are the ones you find, or that you can see. In addition to that, you find a silver ring that looks like it has a raccoon sort of engraved into it. All
Okay.
silver with like a little engraved raccoon.
Okay.
And there's a letter. Oh, isn't that one? Yeah. That's another one. Yes.
Erland can take it.
Oh,
Erland.
whoever was
Yeah.
patting her down.
How about that healing potion?
Yeah, healing potion. Yeah, I didn't know if you wanted to look at the letter first.
Would you like to show us the glass?
I pick it up and I look at it. So
And 6 gold, 2 silver also.
Oh. Everybody else finds gold.
Yeah.
I never find gold.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
There's a lot of bodies around here. Although you just went running through the woods.
Ran away.
Oh, we just ran from
I don't
all
know.
those
I was
men.
worried about them.
We're idiots.
I'm gonna go back. I'm going back.
Yeah, me and Graven are like, we got
After
money.
I figure it
There
out.
could be coins on those people.
We should go get some money.
Erland passes that to her. Also hands her 3
We're
gold,
good.
1 silver. With it.
We're there too, right?
Not you guys.
Not
are
yet.
So
Oh, not
Yeah,
yet.
I mean, you're running.
We're
you,
still
like-
galloping.
And Jillian's calling out, and Orba sort of was
We're
like,
still
"Over here!"
running.
So you guys are running in the direction of the noise. But they
So-
have a second here to take a look at
I
it.
also, I'm not doing it like in a sneaky way, but I'm also taking the ring with the brick. Actually, does this, the ring with the raccoon, does this mean anything to you?
I don't think so, right?
No,
Doesn't mean anything to me either. Great, so it's just going
So
in my
you're taking
pocket.
it?
Doesn't
Yeah.
really have
Okay.
anything to me.
What does this mean?
I think that she's a myconid supplier of some sort. A myconid dealer or something.
We didn't find any on her?
No?
I told you what you found, though.
Well, she's, I think that she was just chosen as supplier. Oh, what did that thing that she was looking at and pointing at me on?
Oh, it dissolved.
It was a spell scroll. You've seen something like that.
So there's no indication as to why she was like, they said an elf, or I guess I didn't hear that or anything, did I?
What do you ask?
Because she said something about, like, did only Graven hear the whole elf comment?
Yeah, she said it's them, and one guy said you said it was
they were
elves,
elves.
and she said I said there was an elf.
Okay.
That was all you heard from that conversation. And
looking,
you didn't hear that.
And okay, so looking at Orba, we're still. Do I still look undead as well?
Yes. You
Yes, and somehow even worse than undead, my friend. Are you okay?
We'll deal with that later.
Okay.
Do you know how to dispel this?
You need dispel magic, or you need her to be dead, or 8 hours to be over. That's the rules.
Dead if she was
Orba
dead.
knows the
it'd go
rules.
away.
Jeez.
Well, I've seen many people cast it at this point.
So is she bound sufficiently?
Yeah.
And there's no other weapons on her or anything? Great.
She had her
Alright.
spell book.
Keep.
Oh,
Well-
it seemed, sorry. There was also seemed like there was a small crystal. Sorry, she has a spell casting focus.
Is it nicer than my crystal?
A little bit. It's not like super nice.
Orba's just holding the 2 of them in her hands, just looking at them.
Keep-
What does having somebody else's spell book mean? Like, what can I do with
You can
that?
copy her spells into your book.
Oh, okay. I can't just like have it. I can't like.
No, because it had
Take the pages
theoretically
out.
no. It contains like
Okay.
her notes and sort
Got
of
it.
ruminations on. Yeah, you have to take time to learn it and transfer it over.
And if it's not in her possession, she knows the spells that she prepared.
And
it's not
then
like she-
cantrips. Yes.
Correct. It's not like she cannot cast spells. But if I have her crystal, she cannot cast spells. Correct.
She still can if it doesn't require any material components.
Right. It's
Focus
just
takes
for
place in
material.
material.
So if it's vocal or
Somatic.
somatic.
Yep.
then she can cast it. Okay.
So there might still be spells she can cast if you woke her up, if that's what you're asking.
Yes, that is what I'm asking.
I think, Erland, we should gag her. Do you have any kind of a fabric or anything for when she wakes up?
That's the somatic part. Right?
A verbal.
Verbal. Somatic is hand.
So if you take, even if you take the crystal, she can still cast things?
Yes, if she can still speak or gesticulate, she's going to be able to cast certain things, possibly, I don't know.
And you hear a little.
Jillian!
And she's sort of out of breath, kind of comes up, and she looks down. You got her.
Orba
Quickly.
puts her foot on her.
Something to gag her with.
She.
Can Orba just rip off a part of her
Sure.
raggedy ass robe?
Yeah, if you want to tear a piece off.
Great, I'm gonna...
Again, your robe looks like it's in tatters, but it's not. It's an illusion. You'd be tearing.
No. My robe.
sure. Your function. Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
you can
not
tear a piece
essential.
off. Yeah.
It's not gray or anything.
I'm gonna tie it tightly into her mouth.
Yep.
Like make it gagged.
Yeah.
Does it look like she'll be able to cast spells like
Well,
this?
no, you did a pretty good job, I think.
If someone's knocked unconscious, can I break their jaw?
Sure.
Without killing them?
Yeah.
Great. So after tying it up, does this look alright?
Yes, that looks
And he's just gonna right into the jaw, try and shatter her jaw a little bit.
Great. You give her, and it looks like it
my
disconnects. You also take 1 bludgeoning damage.
Oh, that's right.
Wow.
You hit her, and you kind of
Okay, Erland, that was okay.
But she
Were there
looked
two
like
now?
you broke her jaw. Yeah, you guys have run out.
What should we do with her?
I don't know. I figured we should keep
Are you
her.
all here?
Jillian, we
Yeah.
found this.
Yes, Jillian, this might be interesting to you.
What is it?
What's it say?
She's been chosen as a supplier. We believe this woman to be Marissa. Do we have any reason to believe that?
I don't see why not.
It seems that she's been chosen as a Myconid supplier, perhaps. We heard of this lemonade man.
Right.
I don't know if it's her, but she appears to be someone who might be a supplier as well. I don't know if she's related to him in some way.
We also found the healing potion. Were you guys seriously injured?
I'm all right.
I'm
okay.
hurting.
You need a healing potion.
I could use it, definitely, yes.
All right.
I give Graven the healing potion.
Thanks.
Drink it. 2d4 plus 2.
2d4 plus 2.
I hardly knew these.
Yeah, I know. They come and go very quickly.
You kept her from using it. That was big.
I see. Yeah, that's nice.
7 total.
I kept her alive. I figured we might want further information, but if we need to kill her, it sounds, in order to dispel this curse.
For 8 hours, Jillian.
We either look like this for 8 hours or we kill her. Those are our 2 options.
Well, I can
What
still
if we-
disguise myself with magic, but not any of you.
Only 8 hours.
Can we wake her up and interrogate her?
You have to heal her in some way.
Also did just break her jaw.
Oh, right.
She could, I suppose, write information to us.
Rather
Yes.
morbid. We can't go into the outskirts of Mukmu looking like this. So we're either sitting around here for quite some time.
Did you kill everyone?
They're all
Yes.
dead.
I could try to charm her, perhaps.
Do you know?
Again, she cannot speak.
But
Is there any sort of spell that could take this off that they were drawn?
I mean,
has
just
to
dispel
herself.
magic.
Yeah, there,
she would
she
have to
can
do
get
it.
rid of it, or there are spells that dispel magic. Yes.
If we ungag her or heal her jaw, she could just cast another spell, though.
yes.
Yes. I realize that information is valuable, but
Is this enough information from her? For you?
we could ask around after these Marissa, Yvonne, and what's the other name?
Wesley.
Wesley. I don't know those names, but
This woman is human?
yeah.
Okay.
I could also, at some point, perhaps disguise myself as her. If I take her robes.
That's true. You need her robes to disguise yourself as well?
No, but it would help, quite honestly.
Alright.
Anyone against killing her?
Is there any, what do we gain from interrogating her?
Possibly
More information of where she
Possibly.
comes
something
from.
about her supplier, or why she's been named a supplier?
But honestly, if she's just been named a supplier, what information will she have for us?
And
Who named her
And
the
we risk
supplier?
her trying to get away or cast another spell on us.
I understand the risks of waking her up seem to be fairly great.
Tiefling, what could she do if we wake her up?
At the moment, all she has
and heal her jaw or something.
Well, then she would only have her vocals. She wouldn't be able to cast anything gesticularly or with her crystal, any kind of material spells.
I imagine that's pretty limited.
Yes.
It's more a matter of, do we take the time to do that, rather than...
Waste a healing spell on my part.
We do have to get her out of her unconsciousness, or we sit here and wait for her to come out of unconsciousness.
I can't go fetch your friend in Mukmu. Are we that close where I can bring your friend to help?
Undead.
I can change myself.
We're not that close to
Okay.
Mukmu. We're at least 6 hours to the outskirts, perhaps.
I'm gonna pick her up and just look at everybody. Take a hand to
With her sort of limp body.
This is happening?
With her head.
You're sure, Goliath?
Jillian?
I don't know if the information she could provide is worth the risk. I'm not sure. We have to decide if the possibility of some additional information, which we don't know that she's going to give us anyway, is worth delaying our journey to Mukmu some number of hours.
We have 2 good names to search for. And
twist your head.
Yeah. And she was already limp. She goes double limp.
Double limp.
Double limp.
And kind of checking in with myself to see if it's fading.
Yeah. You look around, and the hair kind of comes back and returns its color, and you see the fingers kind of, the sharp fingers recede to sort of regular fingers. You guys look sort of back to your normal selves.
Drop her.
Orba takes her robe off.
Sure. Take a second there. Take it off.
Mm-hmm.
You taking her whole outfit?
She has her manacles on. I take my manacles first.
Sure.
We can
She's
use
also
those again later.
There's blood on some of the clothes. The skirt looks like it's okay. The tunic's pretty bloody.
Can I have the skirt?
Yeah.
And the robe?
It's like a layered skirt. She wasn't wearing a robe. She had
Oh,
a
okay.
tunic.
It was just the tunic.
She had a bandana
Right.
and a sort of layered skirt.
I definitely take the bandana and the skirt. I don't wear it, but I put it in my bag.
Shake it off of her. Dead naked woman in the woods.
Is there any kind of like brush or anything that could just kind of like cover with her with a little bit of...
Sure.
Just cover up a little bit.
Put some dirt on her.
Yeah.
Into a sort
Can
of
we give her any... Can we put something on her, please?
What's the difference, Erland? Let's just get out of here.
She's not like bucket.
No, she's not.
Whatever.
She's got
bloomers,
Just
right?
a shift.
Not a problem.
Chemise.
Yeah.
Not a problem.
And start
Are
heading
we
back to the
super
horses.
far into the woods in that, like, she's not going to be, like, discovered by local authorities or something?
I mean, like she said, you're at least 6 hours of travel away from the outskirts of Mukmu, and you're at least 300 feet off of the Bane Trail, so you're in there.
Is there any, like, loose brush that we can kind of vaguely cover it with?
Yeah,
That's
right.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was disgusted at the things we just
Erland
Graven
looks
is
at it and
like-
he's like, not good enough.
Yeah.
I say we hurry back to the horses and just get moving.
I agree.
I'm gonna head back and...
Did she have anything else? Any identification of any kind?
Do you? Oh, I show the silver ring with the raccoon.
She takes it and looks at it. It means nothing to me. House insignia, perhaps?
I grabbed her spellbook and her crystal.
She hands it back to you.
A few gold for supplies in town. Not much.
You can keep it. Let's return to the horses.
Let's go.
You heard.
I'm gonna go to some of the bodies and... is this kind of the edge of the woods that we were at here?
So
kinda?
this was the edge of the
That was
woods,
the
yeah.
edge. So I'm gonna drag each one of them kind of just...
Sure.
Go through their pockets as I drag
Sure.
them.
And taking them off the road, so you
And taking
wouldn't-
them off the road and
Oh,
kind of
yeah.
toss
How
them
far do you
like
want to take them into the woods?
10 feet.
Okay,
10,
sure.
15
Just
feet.
behind a tree or something.
Yeah.
Okay. And Jillian sees you doing it. Yeah, she starts
I'll grab
to
one of the guys, yeah.
Everybody.
I want to take one.
Yeah.
One each.
Do they have anything on
I want my
them?
own
Yes.
dead body.
What do
I
we
want to search
each
a dead
find?
body.
So there's, what was there? 5 bodies.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm strong. I'm taking 2.
we can do it in total.
Okay.
So there was 22 gold, 8 silver. That's all I put together.
So...
Well, I mean, if that's like the sum total, we just like.
yeah.
Unless, do you not want to split it up? Because then I'll give it to you in parts.
I mean...
Do
do you want your gold, Graven?
I'm so poor. I don't know about you guys, but no, we can split it evenly.
Okay.
Take what you want.
All right.
What are we doing?
Split it evenly.
Okay. So, Jillian's not taking it. So you each get, and what did I say? 8 silver?
Yeah.
6 silver? What did I say?
8 silver.
So
it's you each get
5 gold.
6 gold. Wait.
It was
Yes.
22.
5 gold, 7 silver.
Yeah.
I think is correct. Yes.
Oh yeah, feels good, man.
Oops.
Well,
That's good.
I don't know if she was looking for Radiran elves or if we just
Why were they?
rubbed her the wrong way.
Why were they pointing at me when
Yes,
we rode
what
up?
was that all about?
Oh, she whispered to them that she told them about people would be coming this way. One of the men said, "You said it would be elves." She pointed at you and said, "Look, an elf."
So they were looking for someone that had wronged them in some way?
I do not know.
Does somebody know we're coming, Julian?
I got the impression that she was bluffing,
Yes.
so I don't think she saw us coming. Looked like she was looking for someone, perhaps our friends back at the camp.
She must have been very much on edge to immediately do that to us.
Do we think that maybe she was accused of doing something that she was hoping to blame on us?
What do you mean?
She's mixed up with Myconid.
Yes.
Do you have the letter? Who has the note?
Seems pretty standard.
We can think and ride.
The problem we have is they will be following up in the coming days. Stay close.
Following up on their investment.
Stay in town, perhaps?
Supplier.
Well, they're not going to find her, that's for sure.
That's true.
Oh.
I would be careful about who you show that ring to. If that identifies her in some way, that could put a target on your back.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I wouldn't show anyone the spell book either.
Or her crystal.
Or her skirt, or her bandana.
Just keep everything we found
Yeah.
pretty close.
Yes, I think I can do that.
Yvonne or Wesley, do those names mean anything to you?
No, like I said, they're not terribly uncommon first names.
You mentioned a ring. Maybe I'll take a look at it as well.
Oh, yeah, I show Graven the ring.
Do I
It
recognize
doesn't
it?
make no.
Alright.
It looks
Too
like it might
small
be
for
some.
me anyway.
It looks like it might be kind of some kind of house seal or something. Like it looks like an
Yeah.
insignia, maybe, but doesn't. Nobody recognizes it.
I say we ride on.
Yes. See if we can get to the outskirts before it's too late.
Yes.
Orba gets on Jillian's horse without asking.
Orba gets on Jones. Sure. And the rest of you have your own horse.
Mm-hmm.
And you begin to ride. And north from the site of this ambush, you begin to see a little bit of return to civilization after a couple hours pass. Farmland, you see some fenced-in areas for cattle grazing, horses to roam, structures that, you see some small structures lining up along both the road and some sort of off in the distance, farmhouses. And you can see that the river is starting to widen, and off in the distance, given that it's still fairly clear in the day, you can see it widen into what you know to be the Orpak Basin, a sort of large body of water that Mukmu sits on the side of. It's a large lake. And it marks your approach to the city of Mukmu on the other side, that's slowly starting to come into the distance. You ride forward. And you see a little smile creep across Jillian's face as she sees the city limits. And the smile turns into a determined stare. Mukmu. Now the real work begins. And she- Is there something you wanted to talk to Jillian about?
I believe you set Mukmu as a deadline, Jillian, did you not?
I did, yes.
Should we have a conversation?
Perhaps. Is it a conversation we should have now, or would you like to take the couple of days that I plan on putting you up at the inn and give it a think?
I think that's your call.
No, I think it's yours.
I guess it can wait.
Just let me know before I start planning for one less person or one more person. Okay. Continue to write. And you can see these sort of docks sprinkled all along the edge of the basin, sort of sticking out into the water. And a decent number of ships, mostly sort of small fishing vessels, sailboats, a few sort of barge-ish looking ships. It seems like they travel down the river or around in the basin. And the outskirts of Mukmu are pleasant, but they're disorganized. It seems like the properties kind of butt up against each other at odd angles, as if there was maybe some land disputes over sort of where the lines were drawn. And the road starts to split off of the main road a number of times, going off people's properties, you assume. And the gap to the riverbank widens as sort of these fishing areas have been designated for commercial properties. You see a number of sort of nets that have been laid out that look like they do sort of large-scale commercial fishing as they sort of head out into the basin. And you move along the road. And you're moving sort of without incident. You see people now. There's people. I mean, it's not populated densely, but definitely lots of signs of life. People watch you go. They don't stop you in any way. They don't seem to take much mind of you. People come in and out of you. You guys are moving along. Well, no sign of Safira yet. I'm not sure exactly where she was planning on meeting us, but when we get in there, I'll put you up at the Lakeside Inn.
She actually, in her letter, said she'd meet us at the inn.
Oh. All right then. Didn't give a timeline?
Just said, I'll meet you, Mukmu, at the Lakeside Inn.
Can I see the letter, if you don't mind?
Well, I don't know when she plans on meeting you. I'll leave that up to you. I'll be meeting with Kelsetra, so whenever she shows up, I suppose.
I see.
And where should we meet you?
I'll find you. I don't want you coming to Kelsetra's place. It's important to me that I keep certain aspects of my business separate.
How many days? We have one night at the Lakeside Inn?
No, I'll put you up for 2. I'm not exactly sure how much time I need. If I need more than that, I'm happy to pay for another night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you'll do me a favor, perhaps you could bunk up and share rooms, perhaps 2 to a room.
There's 5 of us.
Ah, well.
We'll
3
see.
rooms then,
I can sleep on the floor. I'm pretty comfortable doing that.
if that's fine with you.
Sure.
You guys continue forward. So people are watching you kind of go by. And the city walls of Mukmu come upon you. Sort of, they're more functional than the more symbolic walls of Urnchupa that you passed out of. But they're too short to protect against sort of a meaningful attack. It sort of has these varied colors and construction. It seems like during the war, this was a hotly contested area, and walls had been knocked down, rebuilt a number of times as this area kind of changed hands. And it has this kind of recent history built into the walls. You can see the different building materials kind of mesh up and mash up against each other. And this road that you're following looks like it's about to come up and duck between a pair of stone spires, and then it kind of banks to the water. It kind of goes off left to the water, and that's where Jillian kind of points off to. You can see it there, and she points, and there's a large structure that looks, it kind of has a motel look, like it has these balconies that kind of look out off into the basin. She's like, that's the Lakeside Inn. That's where we'll be staying. Well, you'll be staying. It looks like we'll be riding straight into the Sun District. I'm not your mother. You can go wherever you'd like, but the Moon District has its quirks. Is there anything I can tell you before I set you off?
Anything we should avoid?
I'm not sure who your enemies are in Mukmu. You seem to have made a few in Urnchupa. Maybe stay a little quieter here. And she kind of moves, and you start to move between the spires, and you can see some of the guards. It looks like they're guards that kind of have halberds, and they're wearing sort of a yellow tunic and skirt, and with a sort of large banded black belt. That seems to be sort of, you see a number of people wearing that. It seems to be a moniker of some kind. And you start to pass into the city. And it's not as lively as Urnchupa. It's getting dark now. It's dark. It's in the early evening, and The streets are narrower than they were in Urnchupa, but the buildings are not as tall, so that kind of has this a little more of a large town as opposed to a true city feel to it. It doesn't sort of tower up around you. And you start to move in, and she leads the horse and clopping on the now cobblestone streets. And you're moving along. She rides you up to the entrance of the Lakeside Inn.
If for some reason we do need to get a hold of you before the next 2 nights have passed.
I imagine the courier service will know where Cassetra's house is, if you'd like to send a note. It won't take very long for them to get it to me.
Thank you.
Is there a place to tie up the horses at the Lakeside Inn?
There's a stable nearby. Yeah, it seems like you can. They might have to pay to house the horses, but
All right, so I'm gonna ride over to.
Great. She rides with
See you. Well, she's riding with me.
yeah,
Great.
she rides with you because she's gonna hop off,
Yeah.
and she heads over. It looks like she walks up to a sort of window where a guy's working a little bit. It seems like she has an exchange with him. She pays him some gold, and I've paid for the horses to stay here for a couple of days.
Thank you.
And like I said, first round's on me. And she takes a gold piece. She hands it out to whoever will take it. But Beezaura.
What time is it roughly?
It's probably like 8 o'clock in the evening.
In the evening.
In the evening?
Yeah, you guys have ridden quite a while.
Took us,
Great.
yeah, the most of the rest of that day
Yeah.
to
Okay.
get here.
Yeah, she said you were
It's like
6
6
hours
hours.
from the outskirts of Mukmu, so now you're into Mukmu. That was another couple of hours. Yeah.
I'll pass on the drink for this evening.
All right.
Hold on to a chair.
Feel free to have it for me. Who wants to share a room?
I'll leave that up to you.
Erland's just gonna say, "We'll see you soon then," and head towards the front door of the inn.
I look forward to it.
Yeah, Orba quickly hops up and goes to run into the inn to see if Safira's there.
Okay. Go in. Make an investigation check. It's a fairly lively sort of inner area that has a little.
That's not one.
And she
You
trips
bang
and
your
falls.
head against the door.
You might want to open it.
It's a pull.
Not the pull.
You take a look around, and I mean, there's people in there, but there's not so many, and you don't see her. You don't see any sign of her.
Do you need healing?
No, it's okay. It hurt.
Did Jillian say if the room was under her name, I guess?
She didn't, but you might presume that.
Is there a front desk later like the inn at the?
There's a man there, sort of standing at the foot of the stairs, has a ledger.
There should be 2 rooms.
3, 2. Didn't you get 3?
I'm not sure what.
Jillian,
I said I'd sleep
Oh
on the
yes,
floor.
2 rooms for Gillian Casino. Yes.
take one of the keys, please.
And he hands you a key,
Great. Good night, everyone.
and he holds up the other key. Who's
I'll take it.
hands it to you.
Before I pop up the stairs, I guess to sort of look out into the crowd. Is there anyone that I recognize?
Make an investigation check. Why do I feel like a
5.
no is coming?
We don't. Nobody here.
You don't recognize anybody.
What's the lay of the land in the sort of?
It's not terribly dissimilar to the Dancing Clam. There's less of a sort of. There isn't a bar like there was at the Dancing Clam, but there's like a sitting area. There's this sort of lobby area here at the bottom floor. And there's a few tables and seats and things, but it's pretty simple. I mean, it doesn't look like a fancy place. It looks, it's not dingy, but it's not nice. It's just sort of functional. It's your own.
Right.
Anyone want a room with me?
I'll room with you, but I'm staying down here until Safira gets here.
Okay. I'm gonna go sit for a moment.
You want to have a drink?
Would you join me?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay. Order me something. I don't know what to get.
We head down.
I'll be waking up early, so I'm gonna.
Early. Early to rise. Mind if I join you?
Sure.
Are you going off adventuring without us in the morning?
No, I just need rest.
I intend to, I suppose, go to the Natural Studies Institute. Well,
I would like to do that. I will wake up early.
I'll be up as well.
I'll knock on your door then.
Thank you.
Anybody have
Good
any
night.
last minute activities here in the dark of the night?
Gonna get a pint?
I'm gonna.
Let's
They're gonna
enjoy.
go down.
Okay.
And
I'm going upstairs to the room and.
Just 2B was your room. 2B.
What's mine?
2C.
Oh, shared wall.
It seems like a 3-story building, and that's up on the 2nd floor. So I guess on the 2nd floor, there's 3-story building.
So do we know that it's shared rooms then? Shared walls rather?
They haven't headed up yet, and you didn't see the other key, so
Great.
I guess you don't know that.
Cool.
I'm coming with you.
Cool. Head upstairs. I assume I see him behind me, so head upstairs.
Hard to miss.
Are you sneaking up there?
No. Open the door.
You hear the heavy footsteps and
Yeah. I open the door. I keep it unlocked because I see him coming, so I just open it up and I sort of like 2 beds.
Yeah, it's very simply furnished, but there is a nice window looking out into the basin.
So I guess I sort of look out. Is there anything interesting happening on the basin?
No, not really. And it's dark at this point, but there's boats going by. You don't see anything that catches your eye.
So wait a minute. Whatever.
You don't have to go to. I mean, it's
I'm gonna sort of sit down on the bed and I guess take my bag, put it like under my pillow or near my pillow, and just. I need to rest.
I do too.
Great. Nice. Key in my bag, and
they're men of simple pleasure.
Yeah.
I need to rest. So do I.
Turn the light on.
And I sort of I lie down.
Great.
Yep. Pauldron.
Takes
the
off his
shield
armor.
down.
And in the quiet
Get a feel
of
for
this
the
sort
bed.
of evening, with the 2 ladies seeking a drink here on the first floor, that's where we're gonna wrap up for the evening.
I thought for sure you were gonna go at me for something.
I wonder who's gonna be at the bar tomorrow.
Thank you guys so much for joining
Oh
us.
my
We ran a
goodness,
little late
holy
tonight.
balls. Wow.
We made it all the way to Mukmu.
We're alive, I guess.
God.
We made it all the way there. We will be coming back next Sunday.
Yeah.
Everybody should be back.
Full crew.
Full
We'll
crown.
see what Safira brings our way.
Oh goodness,
That-
we're in so much trouble, guys.
And
Make a full list of things we did that she doesn't get to know about.
Everything.
and yeah, we'll pick it up there. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Oh.
you